Welcome to today's presentation of Genesis Noir, which is a puzzle adventure game by Feral Cat Den, the first game by the studio, which is, I believe, based in Brooklyn. We're going in virtually completely fresh. All I know about this game is that it's inspired by, among other things, two of my favorite things on this earth, jazz and Italo Calvino's Cosmic Comics. A very specific combination that seemed especially catered for yours truly. How catered? We'll see in just a moment. One other note before we begin. This is on a most recent Switch patch, which is, I believe, officially patch 1.5, although you can see the version number in the bottom right. I point this out because recently there was a significant patch that was released for this game on PC, which has not yet made it to Switch, and so some issues may happen. On the other hand, I do know that this PC patch was mostly just there to introduce additional checkpoints, and we never had any need for that, so let's just get right into this and see what it's all about. Sometimes reality is too complex for visual perception. Physicists state that the handful of dimensions you perceive are only a portion of those that constitute space-time. What the true nature of reality looks like, what existed before the Big Bang rocketed the universe into existence. These are unanswerable questions. But imagination embodies the dark unknown in myth. Out of this unknowable haze, a world emerges wrapped in familiar forms. Your mind transforms the wisp of preternatural smoke into bodies and steel and concrete. Your experience reshapes the world and makes this form eternal. You give it a name. You call it the constant. So the melody line here reminds me of something very specific by Richard Rodgers. The title escapes me at this moment, but we'll have to look up some of the music credits afterwards because the evocation of a classic Hollywood opening is right there from the start. Also, love this little detail. Look at that bar in the back, the Hopper. That is, of course, Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. It's the same layout. And that's clearly what the illusion is. We see the Constant Club over there. So currently we have a cursor that's being controlled by the left stick. So we'll see how this experience goes, because I think this was clearly originally designed for PC and for mouse and keyboard input, perhaps just mouse input. And in the absence of any kind of motion aiming, we'll have to see if stick aiming is going to suffice for our purposes. So you can just grab somebody off the street, and what can you do? Oh, what are you buying? Press and hold A to pick up a watch. So we can just pick any watch we like, right? And so we must choose wisely. I really like this timepiece over here. Maybe a little bit on the elegant side, but I think we'll go with that. Press and hold A, pick it up, and then what do we do? Are we dealing this watch? I believe we are. So I pick it up and I just maybe give it to the person and offer it, and we sell the watch. So you can just sell watches to anybody. The arrows probably allow you to zoom to different locations. I wonder if you can just gradually sell off your entire stash of watches and then see what happens. I mean, we may as well try it. And see if there's any limitation on this action. Also, there is an eyeball here. That's probably just examine. The verbs are what they usually are in adventure games. So you examine yourself, you examine the time, and that's all you do. Let's sell some watches. And hang on here. Yeah. Like I was saying, always a little bit clumsy with a stick. Oh. Well, that's a saucy form of payment. Not what I expected. So I guess we have a limit to how many of those we can sell. And I also have a limit to where I can move here as the drumline picks up. Oh, too bad. I was going to check out the hopper over there. Just see what the little Nighthawks bit was actually all about. So here's the green leaf. Here's Manny's music. And can we actually enter anything? No, this is just a side-scrolling segment, it seems. And we're going to trip. And of course the drum line is just going to accompany that with the utmost precision. Alright, so what can we do here? We watch the animation, watch the person in the window upstairs. I should perhaps say the people in the window upstairs. A very saucy moment we're spying upon here. Well, we've been selling watches all this time. And what's this all about? On we go. I actually kind of wonder what we missed there in terms of not sufficiently examining things before selling off the watches that propels us into the next scene. But anyway, this is my secret hideout, it seems, behind the clock. I might as well see what kind of documents are here. A napkin given after a night of attraction. Somebody else can call that for me. Can you examine a napkin further? No, not really. The moon and the clock seem to be part of the same interaction here, so let's just poke this thing. An advertisement from better days. Ah, back when you were a more prosperous dealer in timepieces. And, oh, you can go to bed? Okay. Can I get out of bed? I don't want to proceed just yet. I want to poke around and explore a little bit of everything just to take a look. Here's a record, Miss Mass in the Divine Jazz section. Massive vocals and a big brass band. Fine jazz. And also, what does the show text thing do in the top right? Let me just see what this is. Oh, I see. That's just an accessibility feature then. Yeah, exactly. Or it might also be something with the localization, perhaps. Anyway, you can open up the record, you can see the record, you can't really interact with it much further, though. So yeah, I think when you just have the diagonal arrow, that's just a general cursor that's not really interactive. When you have the dot, that means it's a non-interactive sequence. So anyway, we can dial somebody on a telephone. Do I have to, or can I do something else first? I probably have to. And because I do want to see what's back here, so we manipulate the clocks a bit. Oh, we can dial the number, of course. That's in here. That seems to be the logical way to proceed. 980-6650. Let's see if there's anything else first, though, before we get on. The Constant Chronicle. An article on a stalled construction. The stalled construction, it seems, of this central clock tower, which has been left partly incomplete. Alright. Sorry, let's take a look at the number again. I'm not going to remember it. I always wonder if there are some other Easter egg numbers here. Like in the hint line puzzle. Oh, you know, we actually have to drag this and dial it, I think. You can't just do it like that. You actually have to use this as a dial. Okay. Can't even remember the last time I operated a rotary dial telephone. But yeah, we fill in the 7 numbers, look at the dots that are in the bottom, and I guess we'll place a call. All our lines are busy, and so we fall into some kind of abyss. And down the stairs we go. This is just impossibly stylish. Okay, so what do we have here? We can knock on a door. Looks very imposing from this angle. But it looks like it's likely to be the only thing that we can interact with, so we can use the knocker. I think it's probably the same interaction as the knob. Oh, knocker first, let's say. In case these actually are distinct objects here. Yeah, you just go up to the door. You can use the knocker. You can use the door... Knocker it is, I think. Okay, you actually do have to hold and drag and kind of do this interaction with the stick like that. Yeah, you can just kind of pull it up and knock like this as well. Doesn't seem to be doing much for me though, apart from showing me that the knocker is used that way, that you can just break things open by forcing your way through and committing a break and enter. Well, you can certainly say that Genesis started with a bang. Well, so let's see what the setup here is. We went over, presumably, to the dame that we dialed, and then we seem to have witnessed a murder. And, of course, we're here, caught at the scene of the crime, I'm sure, and so... by any imaginable convention, I guess we're A, wrongfully accused, B, on the run, and C, also hunting down the true culprit. However, we will first have to experience this in metaphorical space. And here's a flask for numbing, good for losing track of time. I can take that. All these different projections of self. I wonder if lining up my various, I guess, dimensional projections will do anything for me. But yeah, here instead we'll just pop this a bit. And okay, let's investigate the scene. Here is the moment of the gunshot. We're frozen in time. And what can we actually do to interact with this? We can grab this, possibly stop it or deflect it or something. I think that's actually the only thing. Except, of course, we need to look at the shell casing from the Big Bang. And we can inspect it by rotating it in case there's anything interesting that we can look at, like this. It doesn't actually let you exit out of this clue until you have inspected it properly by rotation, so... The Big Bang began as a sphere of unfathomable heat and density. Uniform and perfect, this humble volume contained all the energy which would become our universe. But in time, imperfection began to appear. After 10 to the negative 37 seconds, minuscule fluctuations in the density of this energy formed. The surface of creation, no longer perfectly sterile, was now rough like fertile soil. These imperfections in energy became the seeds from which stars and galaxies, and the very structure of the universe would grow. It looks like we're creating the universe. That's how I understand this. That is, after all, the seeding process. As we give rise to the tree of life. Somewhat reminiscent of the Darren Aronofsky film The Fountain, in a very distant way. Okay, so here we have a little bit of free movement again. Really are just speeding through this from segment to segment. Usually because there are only a few interactions to take in, a little bit at a time. And we'll see if there's a bit more complexity to it as we go, but so far it's just a matter of poking the interactive pieces, soaking up the bubbles. And not much else I can actually interact with apart from pushing this. And what's that fella doing over there? I guess we'll find out eventually. I think these are all just drunks. If the bubbles we popped earlier on are any indication. Well, we should probably just go ahead and see if we can interact with this fella here. So we can pop that, and that gives me what? I don't actually know what that was, I don't think, but now we're switching back into cursor mode, and we can inspect it. It's a white seed that feeds on light rays. Okay, I see. And I guess we're supposed to do something to manipulate it. Maybe plant it, if we have a place to do so. And there we go. And now we're back into movement mode, rather than cursor mode. And so we'll plant that. Eventually, I'm sure, it will blossom. I don't think I can actually get into my inventory for anything else. Really, all of this has been controlled so far just with the stick and a single button. I don't know if we can actually get through that. This is a bit of an obstruction. So we'll just find out what is actually interactive here. I mean, we can come over here and maybe just plant more seeds, actually. Plant everything if we can. Yeah, I guess we need to move it over to highlight location. I can't quite find that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll just stand on top here when we are given a prompt, and we'll click and just drop all the seeds we can. Seems like the seeds are kind of in an endless supply, but as with selling watches earlier on, I think we just keep dropping these until we're given the option to do something else. Planting the seeds of creation in an infinite supply by the looks of it. I wonder if there's a particular pattern that we should be going for here. Like the one in my symbol, but as you can see, once you plant this, this is a sort of a one-time interaction anyway, so we'll see if that actually does anything for me. Seems like that is all that it's letting me plant. It's not actually giving me the prompt anymore to interact with this patch any further. So with that in mind, we should probably continue and see if anything has changed. A little bit opaque to me, perhaps. But we should take a look, just to be sure. Yeah, because all we see is just a tumbleweed back here, and quite possibly there is another location that we can proceed to. Notice how this kind of blinks at you, maybe? Might just be a minor visual artifact. Or maybe we're not done planting. Let's take a look. So it is letting me interact with something. I'm just not clear what exactly. So we'll wander around and see what it is that we should be doing here. Yeah, currently I just don't know what my options are. That's maybe the issue. And yeah, you can stand on this. You can see the prompt come up very briefly. But I don't think I can actually do anything there. So let's think about that. Yeah, because we see that fellow over there, we see some of the tumbleweed we can kick around in the field. We see all this that we can absorb to an extent. But what else? Maybe... I mean, I'm just sort of running around this patch and seeing what I can actually interact with here. Because we've planted the seeds, we don't really have additional space for anything else. Is there some minor object that we've forgotten about here? How to think about this? Because all I can see is just this prompt here, which lights up. It doesn't seem to allow me to do very much. Okay, so I'm just standing here, and there is a bit of an idle animation. And a couple of locations here that seem potentially interactable, but... Ah, okay, so we can in fact continue planting. I just needed to get out of the patch. Okay, that was a little unclear to me. Okay, I guess we just continue planting then. And maybe we just needed a clear patch. Yeah, the actual zone for this is a little bit difficult to see in terms of where we're allowed to pop in to the inventory. Because we managed to do a little bit of additional planting, but then now I've been kicked out of that again, so... On the other hand, I wonder if popping out to the menu like this helped at all. Yeah, it may just be a menu-related bug, in fact. Given that I was able to reset my ability to use this prompt by just tapping into the menu quickly. I think it actually is just a bug. But as you can see, my symbol is... that spiral on my hand is steadily fading. Then what can we do besides this, then? So I'm doing a whole lot of planting. Maybe there's some other location besides this that we need to plant in. And it wasn't letting me do so earlier because of the issue with the menu prompt, so let's... Yes. So why don't we do that instead? And just plant something right here. And try to bust this open? Yeah, exactly. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. Okay. So that was unfortunate. I think that was maybe just a little bit of a technical issue there. And that didn't let me bring up that menu with that solution. And so we'll have to keep that in mind for later purposes. Because it would be a bit of a nuisance to have to sort of reload this every time we want to click on something. You're going to split that guy, and we have a new batch of seeds. A black seed that consumes dark energy. Ah, I see. Okay, so light objects get consumed by the light seeds. Dark objects get consumed by the dark seeds. That's what this is. And the gate, of course, can't be opened yet because it is gold. So we'll collect more of these. And we'll see what we can do here. And that's a seed symbol. So let's see if we can actually plant here. No, it seems not. Can head down here. This fissure seems pretty conspicuous, though. So let's say we drop something in here. Okay, good. And then what can we do with the sunflower? We can light everything up. And once we do... Oh, this is... loves me not. Reminds me, in fact, of one of the minigames that I believe was bundled with New Super Mario Bros. On a DS. The Yoshi, She Loves Me, She Loves Me Not game, that was kind of one of the big demonstrations of touchscreen play back in the early days of the forum. I actually haven't been keeping track of whether She Loves Me or She Loves Me Not, but we'll just pluck everything and find out. Might have to come back here afterwards and count. Okay, so we can back out apparently, but we can also interact with something. But anyway, here's some light. Here we go. And we draw that in gradually until what happens? Well, we have Let There Be Light, and we've created an additional passageway. So we'll check that in just a moment. I just want to check the other side first and see if anything interesting is here, because these bits of light, of course, seem to indicate to me that we can... I wonder if I can switch to the other kind of seed, or if I'm locked to only using the dark seeds for now. I think I may actually just be locked to the dark seeds. Oh, okay, so you get light seeds and dark seeds in my hand now. Previously, that wasn't the case. I sort of wonder what has changed here. Yeah, because now I've got light seeds. I guess I don't quite understand this on a systematic level just yet, in terms of what affects the seeds I'm able to get. I think perhaps I have to use the plants to fetch additional seeds, and that may be the thing that I'm uncertain of here. But yeah, that allows me to collect a little more of that. In fact, let's go back to the original area if I can, and... Oh, why am I a little bit stuck in terms of movement all of a sudden? Let's see. That is idle animation. And then I get to move forward a little bit. I wonder if there's just some kind of collision issue that I'm running into here. So yeah, if it turns out to be a really buggy experience, we may just wait for a patch sometime, but we'll see if we can muddle through this so far. This was a little bit unexpected in terms of some things that seem to be just slightly broken. That's the impression I get anyway. It may just be that I'm misreading something. But, yeah, let's see if I can do anything here. Otherwise, I'll just try to exit and redo this chapter, because it seems like maybe we loaded in a way that just broke something. And that's entirely possible. Why don't we see if we can fix that? Maybe just exit out and pop back in quickly. And let's see if that maybe cleans this up just a little bit here, depending on when the previous save location was. After talking such a big talk early on about not requiring the incoming checkpoint patch. So yeah, this was the Big Bang chapter. We did read the opening narration here. And let's just try to do the seeding segment again. Yeah, I certainly hope it's a bit more of a smoother experience from here in terms of some of the issues we've been encountering. Because I do wonder if I was just missing something. Okay, let's try this again. We kind of understand a general principle here. We know that we can collect as many of these orbs as we're able to reach. And then after that, we'll do a bit of planting. So the actual puzzle sequence here is going to be fairly clear. Let's just see if we can do it a little bit more cleanly this time. Okay, back into cursor mode, and then mouse over ourselves, and then here's the seeding tutorial. Now, we have all these other banners that are on the side. I feel like they're maybe vulnerable to removal if it will let me plant. We just need to dump a seed on top of that. Yeah, as you can see, that does remove everything. And, of course, we'll just try to remove everything because that's how we play. Just need to find a patch where I'm able to do this, able to interact. So we'll plant those two. We can head over to the next corner. We can also just bust through this, which we already know to be dissolution. Yeah, there does appear to be some kind of input bug in the sequence, unfortunately. And, oh, the same kind of collision issue? No, hopefully not. Yeah, no. And then we'll drop another light seed over here, if we can. So sometimes the prompt will come up after a moment. And let's just see here. If we do have a prompt location, we may as well just try to dump this and collect everything. So yeah, hopefully we don't lose too much progress along the way from technical issues. But yeah, it does seem like we've been able to reproduce the problem that we've had with the inputs being temporarily disabled. But that's okay, we know how this works at least. And we can proceed over here to grab all of this. Eventually we'll create that bridge as well that will take us a little bit further. And yeah, let's dump it here. Nope, that didn't seem to do what I expected. There we go. Just needed that circle to be completely lit up. And here's this little sequence here again. I think we know what to do with it. Just going to click into this thing and swirl around a little bit. Okay, let's get plugging. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 14, 15. So yeah, 18 petals in total. Even number, she loves me not. Okay, so this is going to pulsate. So here you actually have to hold the action button to just kind of shove your face into the light. Now, because if you let go, it does zoom back out. Anyway, there's a tree of light. I do think the objective here is going to be to collect all of the golden orbs. All of these little liquor bubbles, or whatever they are. And so yeah, we do need to plant in this fissure as well. Hopefully the game will actually let me. That would be ideal. Now, do we pluck another flower? Let's see. Okay, so we've got a landscape over here. We're back into cursor mode, and that will hopefully allow me to just pluck clouds out of the air and create thunderstorms, because as the creator of the universe, it's just how we roll. Yeah, you can just pick any cloud you want, actually, and just spam them until you've got a full-sized thunderstorm cracking open the heavens. Okay, great. That'll allow me to go a bit further. And you've got plants of both varieties here again as well. I don't know if that actually affects which seeds you have access to. Yeah, so I think it does. That if you run over to the corresponding plant, you get to restock some seeds. I think that really is what's going on here. Maybe. I can't quite tell in a systematic fashion. It may also just be the prompt to allow us to do some further planting. And we'll see. Like right now, this is a fairly straightforward animated sequence. And yeah, it's going to let me plant. And then now we do get to choose. I am pretty sure we want to consume dark energy here, so let's try it once again. And what are we doing this time? Are we moving the oceans? Very tempted here to just blow into a microphone, except so we don't have that. So instead, we'll just vibrate this all the way over. I wonder if we're supposed to match a particular frequency or create a particular kind of turbulence. Yeah, so you can actually create any waveform you like here. And maybe you're supposed to tune it like the dial of a radio, where you find this particularly resonant frequency somewhere along the way. Oh, let's not let this go off screen. So you have a bit of a signal here, maybe. There we go. Yeah, and a signal, that's it. It is basically like a radio tuner. So do we put it to the same frequency again, or something similar, or we need to find some other resonating wave? Whoops. Closing in on something here. Okay, that's got to be close. Very close. There we go. Alright, let's keep planting. Just going to layer some additional signals on top of this. Maybe all the way over here. Yeah, just trying to land on a signal here. Oh, no, here's a resonating wave right there. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, it seems like each bit of planting we do here is a bit of a micro activity on its own. And we have a branching segment over here. Obviously, before I interact with it, I do want to see where it's on the other side, but we'll wind up going everywhere by the end of this, I'm sure. So here's a bench and here's another guy. Yeah, let's see what he's all about. I feel like that might be important. In case it's another kind of seed. Like a golden seed, perhaps? No, okay. Light rays... nope. We can, however, try to plant close to these light rays, perhaps, and see if that gets me anything interesting. No. Can I do anything with the bench? Yeah, it really feels like we should be able to do something here. Because what else would that interaction actually get me? Let me just make sure I don't have an input problem here. That's sort of unfortunate that we need to check that, but we should check. Maybe if we plant right here. Oh, I just kind of plopped it into the abyss. There is kind of a faint outline where you can drop it to interact with other objects, I think, but let's do it like this. No? Spending all of this stuff here. Oh, okay, we actually did grow something here. Okay, great. That didn't seem to accomplish very much. That's okay. Let's move on here. And will it let me plant a dark seed? Maybe from this side. Unless I'm all out. Didn't think so. No, I still have one here. Yeah, I do have to pixel hunt a little bit for the interactable locations, but then we get to see this next sequence here. And it seems like we can just spin the disc, actually. It's like a record player almost. It's the passage of time, actually. Day and night, day and night. And with the passage of time, we grow all of this. And what does that give me? So yeah, the input for that was, of course, just turning the stick in circles. So it is something interactive for those who are just watching this and wondering. Then we'll have another dark seed location over here, once we see what this guy's all about. No dark seeds. Okay, well, let's make sure we get some somewhere. Wonder if I can actually... Yeah, you can pick them up from the plant. That is how you do it. Let's see if that's repeatedly the case. Sometimes. You just take a different handful of seeds, I guess. And then you can plant. And let's see how this goes. Yeah, not actually going to accomplish much here. But at least we have a balanced set to work with again. Don't know if I can interact with any of the plants that have grown so far. It doesn't seem so. And here is a trail leading us to this little pavilion here, which will give me seeds when this guy explodes and dissipates, I guess. Once again, if I can actually interact with him, let's just make sure the inputs go through accurately. So yeah, at least we have a consistent way to get around that if we do encounter what seems to be an input bug in this chapter. It's something that we at least have a method for that will resolve that quickly. Hopefully without losing too much progress. Let's just make our way back. Okay, up here we grab more of this. We're well within range to tidy this up, and we have this whole ribbon here. We know how to deal with that. And this little peak over there, I'm pretty sure we can deal with that as well if we try to plant something on top of it. I don't know if that will do, perhaps not. Nope, doesn't really do much except remove that patch, so let's just remove the ribbon instead. If the game will let me. Yeah, just these little swirly patches over here, all over the place. Yeah, sure, we'll unwrap that in just a moment here. Let's just proceed first and get a really nice panoramic view of this whole area. Okay, all dark seeds. That is not actually what I want, apart from planting in this location here, but we'll grab some light seeds from a different location, perhaps. Oh, we've got light seeds. Yeah, I still don't quite understand how the seeds are generated in a systematic fashion. I think that's still something that's a little bit uncertain. Anyway, so we can break that off. There's a particular sequence that I think we need to follow here where we can break off a certain branch and maybe remove the obstruction of certain paths, like that. Yeah, so we just kind of prune things as we go, and there we are. Signs of life. More signs of life? No, not yet. Well, these are all kind of in one block here. We can also pull out the birds, and the birds will fly off together. Okay, that worked. Let's go back to some of the locations that we want to unwrap. Here with a white seed. And let's grab everything we can on our way back out. That guy looking very much like a Rodin's stinker. Can we grab the seeds? I don't actually know. Yeah, we can. Just going to pocket all of that. But that just manipulates the supply that we already have in hand. So where there aren't any golden orbs, I don't know if doing any further unwrapping in locations like this will actually accomplish anything. Just going to do so out of curiosity anyway. But I think we should just proceed. Okay. That is location we'll eventually need to reach somehow, probably just by removing this obstruction as well and following this path all the way. Okay. And no, we need light seeds, so let's just continue exploring for the time being. Yeah, this is sort of an interesting location in that we can't seem to reach that. But it seems like there's a lot here that we'll eventually be able to wrap our way back to. In good time. And including, of course, this whole passage here, which we have yet to get back into service, but that's going to be readily dealt with here. Okay, so once again, it's some kind of a branching element here that we probably just need to take as a path that gets all the way to the water. So it's a root system. The root system needs a source of water by, removing obstructions, casting him into space, such that it can eventually reach. So this point of light over here, I think it will toss everything out and pollute the skies. This we need to punch until we've taken out all these shards. And we'll just pluck out a bit at a time until the entire root system has room to protrude further into this underground in miniature. Okay, toss that. And yeah, this we just dig out of the way, I think, by holding down the button and scraping. It seems to go for a number of these locations, in fact, but yeah, that seems to be the only thing we need to do here before we just pluck more of these out. So, root system is almost there at the bottom. Just a little bit to do here. Punching this out, probably. And what do we do with this whole crack over here? That's interesting. That seems like it's interactive. Oh, I see. I'm actually, it seems, punching holes in it. Right, because that's how it can reach. And now it's teeming with life. I said teeming with life. Wow, lots of life, actually. Isn't creation fun? Oh, we can also observe some things, which... Yeah, we can observe the little bunnies, actually. And I can interact with them this way. That's interesting. What if I put a white seed on top of a bunny? Nothing. Okay. Kind of wonder about that interaction prompt then, in terms of what it is telling me. Aha! Now this is new. And this may, of course, get me past the gate that we needed much earlier. So let's let the golden seed and devour all of this. And we'll create some additional paths. Maybe it is just a random draw out of your pocket that once you have access to the 3 different types of seeds, don't actually need to refresh past a certain location. I think it's just that you do need to reach into your pocket a few times until things match up accordingly. Okay, nothing to do here but wait. Alright, and of course we can now remove this entire ribbon that caused so much trouble for us earlier. Excellent. And, yeah, probably we can remove some of this as well. I just don't see a particular purpose to it just yet until we... Oh, yeah, might as well do it. Once again, I just want to check that the interaction button is available. Okay, that's going to remove the obstruction and not really get us anywhere. That's okay. We know that there were some other locations previously that we missed. I could push forward through the gate. That was that original point of entry, but I do want to explore a bit first in case we have any other tree growing animations that we want to be looking at. And we can look at some of the other little animals as well that are in this menagerie, but seems like this just allows you to pull up seeds instead. So, not exactly sure what's going on with that. Or, for that matter, with being within range to grab any of these items here and there. But yeah, let me just make sure I didn't miss any locations back here. I don't think I did with those earlier branches, so we'll just go back to the main gate, I think. And hope that some of the issues encountered in this chapter settle down as we enter the next area of the game. Alright, so up we go. And we'll remove the gate. Gold seed that devours golden beams. Appropriately so. And, yeah, looks like we'll just make sure the interaction here is working. It may be something that's specific to this free movement mode rather than the cursor mode we saw earlier. We do need a golden seed here, and we just do a random draw into the pocket. That's all there is to it. Not completely within range of all of this stuff, so I guess maybe we don't need to be absolutely thorough about collecting everything. It would be a bit laborious if it were required. So we have golden fruits upon this tree. Let's see what this transitional sequence is all about. I don't have control right now, so we're just watching. Oh, and now I can interact, okay. And we can probably just pluck some of these. click, click, click until... Oh! So this guy's going to crush the golden watch, and its gears are going to be scattered all over the place. And there goes our sense of time. Okay, well that was unfortunate, but fragment of the spiral remains, so... I mean, I guess we can poke our finger through it. I don't know if we can interact with anything else here. It seems not. So we'll just do that. And we can look at this symbol now. A watch spring. Oh, it's a watch spring. Okay. It's meant to be an abstraction of a spring, I guess. A watch spring with untapped potential, a familiar shape that requires further examining. Well, let's examine it. Let's see what else we can poke and prod. Of course, X on the cursor means you're going to exit out. Usually when it's just an arrow as the cursor, it means that there's some additional thing that you still have to interact with. But we're going to look at that watch spring symbol that has been branded onto our palm, and on we go. Okay, back to the scene of the crime. Now that we've had a moment to think about creation. And anyway, more memorabilia concerning Miss Mass. So we've got a couple of Polaroids with them depicting that crushing of time at the Big Bang. And so it looks like we're maybe just puzzling out the mystery here. In a very abstract fashion. I think I know what's going on here, actually. That with the cross over the firing of the bullet, maybe we're supposed to manipulate time to just to prevent the crime from ever occurring. I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, because currently Miss Mass is in peril. So she's not actually been shot because we're trying to prevent the event from ever occurring through the manipulation of time. I think that's how I'm understanding it. And so that's what this whole thing with the watch spring is here to depict. An unfinished mechanism for assembling black holes. A golden touch is missing. That's why it's in color white. A plan for how to save a god. So yeah, this is me sort of panicking and attempting to save Miss Mass. A goddess of matter. So I get it now. That this white watch spring needs to be transformed into the golden watch spring. And then you need a couple of them, perhaps. You need multiples. You stop this. That's step 3. And then step 4 is, I guess, how you get her to safety. So we need to add the golden touch to the watch springs, and that seems to be our objective. And here is a collection of notes, theories, and plans to feed a black hole. So I guess we're trying to create the black hole, as you can see here with the diagram of the black hole and everything spiraling in towards it. And these are just our plans. Big Bang. An album foreshadows destruction. And yeah, this is the guy with the poofy pompadour. Love how it's a gold note as the record label. And taking after the famous blue note, of course, except in gold. What is this? Ah, okay. No, this bit here doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's just going to be part of the same interactable as the album. Talented, vain, murderer. So yeah, the saxophonist on the Big Bang album is the murderer, and he also crushed a watch early on to perhaps prevent interference. Here's the first confrontation. I guess maybe we'll add to this gallery with time. Because this confrontation is where the watch spring got plucked out here. And here's something to do with the black hole. Who knows? It's sort of interesting that to the extent that this is a puzzle adventure, it's not really in terms of solving the logic puzzles or the item puzzles so much as it is just trying to puzzle out what this is about and trying to assemble this in a narrative context. So you're not solving obstacles, you're solving the narrative. And so here's Miss Mass presents her Divine Jazz section featuring Golden Boy. So Golden Boy we've identified as the individual who is trying to bump off Miss Mass. You got somebody on keys, you got somebody on possibly bass guitar. Drums and trumpet. Let's see what some of these albums, or some of these photos are all about. Here's a portrait of gamblers about to lose it all. I don't know if I recognize these three figures, but I certainly recognize Golden Boy over here. Golden Boy holding a straight flush. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, this is just the same thing we clicked on earlier. So anything we can look at down here? I guess you only proceed here once you have actually taken a look at everything you can, unless there's something we can interact with and perhaps stuff in our pocket. Perhaps if there's a way that we can add a bit of a golden touch to this thing. But I don't see it yet. So let's just see what we can do here. Can't seem to interact with anything down there. Yeah, I still think this thing looks suspicious. Can we do anything with the Big Bang album? Like any kind of... We need to look for interactive locations within the pictures, I think. Because we've seen some of those in the past. But usually when it just gives you the X on the cursor to back out of an object interaction, it seems to signify that there's nothing else here that we can actually interact with just yet, so... In other words, it doesn't give you an X if there is anything that you can be doing there. So can I back out of this somehow then? Or am I still looking for something? Don't know about that. Combed over this fairly carefully. And is there anything I can drag, perhaps? Got all these notes here that we haven't actually taken a very careful look at yet. Maybe there is something that I can do here to proceed, unless maybe I'm supposed to ensure that I've looked at every object. Not quite clear. Can you... You can rotate these a little bit, actually. You can manipulate the objects that way, and that might be something useful. But then, does that mean that I can maybe look at the back of one of these frames, or... don't think I can drag them enough to do that. Just a little bit of a three-dimensional rotation, but nothing that we can deal with unless there's something else that we can work with here. Let's see. This is a bit of a pixel hunt right now. And I don't quite know what other inputs we haven't tried yet. Yeah, the cursor arrow, despite appearances, does not allow me to back out or anything. Well, you can poke and prod at this all day, but it's not quite giving me the clue that I need. Like, would establish our objective. Let's see. What we can do here. I feel like it might be something subtle. It's really hard to tell because I don't know if there's any way to exit out of this. Ah, okay, here's... Ah, yeah, we just needed to exit by pulling off screen like that. Okay, okay. Yeah, so when the arrow is anything except the down diagonal arrow to the left, it means that you can manipulate the location. So that's how we can go back to examining the scene of the crime after having examined the wall over here. So here's Golden Boy. He's interactable. Here's the couple of different areas that we can interact with. Let's save Golden Boy for last, actually, just so we can look at everything. Let's look at Miss Mass. A singer in peril. Is there something with her that we can interact with? Not really. We just have to back out here. And then, oh, only vacuum energy here. An inert cloud of cosmic dust. A false lead. Oh, certainly. Whole lot of nothing. I wonder if I just need to click on a sufficient number of these before we see something other than the expansive empty space. Like what we encountered not long ago. Through the mist, a flame burns brightly. Oh, that's something. We will be able to enter that, but I don't want to do it yet. Because we have some unfinished business here with a Golden Boy, perhaps. And I do want to examine some more of this as well. A suspicious shape. Only folded space-time, however. Twinkle of golden light shines upon a dark pool. So yeah, that we can enter as well. Like I said, let's do this a little bit at a time. See if we can examine this. Surely we can. And just watch the whole trail here. Okay, that's all that Golden Boy does. Okay, back to the bullet trail we go then. I think that's probably all we need to look at here, given that we've swiveled around to this location before and examined it pretty thoroughly. So yeah, we have two different prompts here. Let's do them both, if we can. Very interesting kind of selection screen if we can eventually investigate the other diamond shape as well. 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe was like a smoke-filled chamber from which light could not escape. The stars had not yet arrived, and a haze of hydrogen would smother all light until their appearance. Over hundreds of millions of years, the pressure of gravity condensed the first star from this cloud of hydrogen and ignited a fire across the whole universe. Memories of the Dark Age, however, linger to this day, for at the heart of every gas giant lives a failed star. Alright, so we have another free movement segment here. Hopefully we won't run into too many input issues like we did before. But it is pretty much just a pure side-scrolling segment that we see here, where we collect more gold to eventually, I think, gild the watch springs that we've been tasked with restoring. And we can look at this thing burning. Fresh embers, still fragrant. Oh, like the butt of a cigarette. So we're kind of in a microscopic area, perhaps. But who knows? Now, what is this? We can interact with it a couple of different ways, maybe? No, we could just poke these bit by bit until we see what exactly is on fire. Put out some of the flames, perhaps. Here's a matchbook from the Hopper. A diner with good coffee and bad eggs. A single match is missing. So yeah, I love how they've kind of punned here on Edward Hopper's Nighthawks by having a white rabbit be the signature creature of the Hopper. Very close associations, of course, with Alice in Wonderland, which are certainly not lost on these developers. We can probably... we can't actually interact with the matches. We'll just have to take a look at this. Oh, here is a charred flyer for the Constant Club. Brings back vivid memories of the past. The Constant Club, of course, we saw at the very beginning, very close to the Hopper in the opening scene. Golden Boy plays there as well, with Miss Mass, on a nightly basis. And this number we dialed previously, that's familiar to us by now. Okay, so our self has been extruded once again. Starstruck. Okay, so this is back to the opening scene, except we have parts of ourselves dangling everywhere. We can enter that location and draw in a little bit closer. And that's pretty much all we can do, I think, was we have to head towards backstage, perhaps, rather than through the main entrance. Okay. I really do wonder which musicians were on the recording for this game. We'll have to pay special attention to the music credits at the end, I'm sure. Anyway, Golden Boy is a hard act to follow. And yeah, all these posters are more or less identical. There are the ones for Miss Mass, of course, this time not lit by a cigarette. And let's see some of the other posters here too. The Constant Club, good booze and great music, a place to find escape. I'm just trying to remember now what the introductory text was telling me about the Constant. But we'll think about that later. Let's knock. Make our way to the green room, perhaps. Love that subtle change in the audio there as you can open a door and hear a sound of jazz spilling into the streets. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a light that we can interact with, perhaps. What else is there? Lamps. Projections of self. Very common occurrence, I guess, in a club setting. Spotlights. Okay, looks like we've got a piano introduction to a ballad going. Let's zoom in. What's she gonna sing? Yeah, Miss Mass's range as a singer is actually fairly close to Ella Fitzgerald, so you can actually hear that on some of the lowest pitches that she's hitting in this scat passage. Okay, gonna grab some booze. It's going to affect me greatly. I'm sure we can just pop some of this. And same idea as before. I'm a little disoriented from the drink, of course. But we can just keep popping. Treble clefs in the air. And we're starstruck. Okay, here's another segment here. I wonder what we can interact with this time, but we'll follow the trail eventually. I just want to pull out here first to see where we can walk. Yeah, sometimes the boundaries of where I'm able to traverse are a little bit unclear to me. But maybe there's just a little bit of resistance as we push into a given location. And yeah, we'll just follow this all the way to the ringed planet. Not entirely unlike Saturn. And what do we do here? We can just maybe head right towards this core, push in, and see if there's anything else that we can do on its surface, or if I need to pull back out into rings instead. Yeah, so the camera pulled in close as I approached the planet proper. I don't know if maybe we're supposed to do anything to traverse the rings. But it does seem like I should just get in close here and... Well, I don't know. There's not much else we can do here except just maybe pushing as far as I can. Okay, this seems like it's perhaps no longer interactive. I'm not exactly sure. Let's just see if we can puzzle that out. Sometimes there are just some weird segments like this in this game where maybe the movement seems to break. Because it looks like I'm in my idle animation right now. But I'm also seemingly stuck. That's happened rather often. Well, we can just try to repeat this segment. I really don't know how to get out of here. But it did seem kind of like the engine just braking on me. though. Why don't we just try to back out and redo it? Yeah, kind of unfortunate. This is the most issues I've encountered with a game that I played on stream in recent memory. And it's kind of too bad because everything else is so striking about this. So I guess we'll just redo the Starstruck area. If you don't mind a repetition, we'll just have to sit through it to see if maybe something broke with the planetary sequence. Yeah, so we'll just speed through this rather quickly, head into the club. And we've interacted with the visual elements here previously, so we'll just skip it. I don't think it should affect very much. So yeah, we get the general idea here. And there we go. And then we just keep going. So yeah, I guess the bit with the matchbook actually was something you could potentially miss. Okay, same idea. Let's just wait for the input to be available, and then we'll head in. And same idea here. We've looked at the posters before. And we'll just get back to where we were without too much delay. And just enjoy this lovely little sequence one more time. Love the touch of the golden microphone here, actually. Alright, pop everything. And let's get back as soon as we can. Okay. And back in space we go. Okay, same idea. Let's just follow the trail straight to the planet this time and just try to push directly in instead of wandering around too much. I guess that's kind of the downside of having this cosmic look and feel to this whole thing, is that because you're walking around in space, you can't actually see where the ground is, and because of that, that does lead to some potential issues when it comes to traversal. So yeah, that's going to push you out. So we had encountered that previously, where you can only go so far towards the planet before the planet rejects you. Yeah, because you can't actually push any further in at this point. We can try to circle around, perhaps. Ah, no, we just walk right in. Okay, great. Progress. Okay, so here's Golden Boy, and here's this figure down here, just kind of waving. Oh, he's gonna dip cigarette butts on top of this guy. Very unkind. We get his attention? No. That's okay, we'll just pop everything over here instead then. Put out his cigarette and see how he likes it when we do that. Shouldn't be smoking so much as a horn player anyway, I mean... It's just going to harm your respiration. Put out a cigar. Douse the whole thing with some spit. Popping some liquor on that thing and... oh. Well, we were the butt of that joke. Okay, out we go. And might as well see about this cigar butt smelling of an extinguished ego. It's tightly wound and recently put out. A piece of evidence to be filed. Tightly wound? That'll work for me. That means it might be a spring. Okay, we're going to do the typical point-and-click adventure thing and stuff a giant object into the pocket. So what does this do now? We tap it. And where does it take us? Okay, back to the scene of the crime. I guess we can now inspect that second segment now that we've collected this additional bit of evidence, which is going to give us a spring. Excellent, because it was, of course, tightly wound. So yeah, I think we know how it's going to go. We collect 3 springs, we gild them, and that's how this is going to continue. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, no, just more black hole business. A black hole that could stop the Big Bang. And so yeah, the Big Bang, of course, not just a bang of creation, but a shot that is being fired. So we'll just create a black hole, we'll stop this act of creation and destruction. And we'll see about this twinkle of golden light that shines upon a dark pool. So yeah, I guess these two you could theoretically do in either order. Light reflected upon a pool. Volcanic rock, now dark and cold, incubated organic molecules as they sloshed with the tide. Hydrophilic lipids clumped together, forming self-assembling bilayer walls. Enclosure gave rise to single-celled organisms, which soon began to endlessly recreate their own image. The waters filled with life consuming itself, vainly reproducing itself. Larger and larger, life would explode as sexual reproduction birthed seemingly endless variety. What could imbue inert carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen with desire? A phenomenon called abiogenesis is not yet understood. All that is known is that in the pool, life began. Okay, once again, free movement in this area, which always makes me a little bit concerned now that we're just going to break something. Here's an expensive pocket mirror, badly cracked. Let's see if we can do anything to open it or manipulate it in some other way. Ah, yeah, there we go. It is cracked. Here's Miss Mass and Golden Boy right here. I don't know if we can do anything about these cracks. But I think we'll just have to close this and keep it until it becomes relevant. Anyway, here we are. Reflection. And we'll check that out as well. A familiar golden ring discarded. Let's take a look at the inscription. One ring to rule them all. I can't really read much about it though. Seems like there's that phi symbol there. Whoops. Can we actually make this legible somehow through some additional manipulation? I'm not sure we can. That's about the best I can do as a 3D object here. Anyway, on we go. And a little bit of golden tape over there. Let's see what this is. A tie loosened and brusquely tossed aside. Brings back vivid memories of the past. MM and GB, that's Miss Mass and Golden Boy. Okay, I do see. Okay, we've got a couple of things to look at here. One conspicuous interactable, but I'm just going to scan around a bit to see if anything else is going on. Yeah, notice the necktie over here. And in fact, in each of these iterations. Looks like Golden Boy over here, in fact, is surrounded by adoring ladies. Well, as usual, through this game, we're going to solve our problems with liquor, which really seems to be leaning into a bit of a neo-noir cliche. And we're going to be seeing stars. We must be really quite intoxicated. And hearts everywhere. Yeah, let's just pop all that. Reminiscent, of course, of the flower that we were plucking much earlier. And back to free movement. Yeah, that's just a tie clip there. That's something that's much more understandable now. The golden necktie clip that's on our left as we pass it by. Golden Boy by the reflecting pool with this fluttering photograph and his beautiful saxophone. What a lovely instrument. Very fitting for this color scheme. So, again, we can stand by here and he's going to ignore us or just try to beat us down or play a saxophone and blow us away. We could also throw pebbles into the water. That's probably going to be the eventual interaction, but we can take a look at this. An ornate flask, dented and unloved. Lovely personalized inscription here, of course. And he's just going to brush us off a bit. That's fine. We are just going to take this and we'll toss it. Okay, he's going to brush us off. Can we toss some more? Or must we do something else entirely? Now, I can't actually pick the target for where I'm tossing anything here. I'm guessing that we just have to toss a few of these, and as with some of the previous interactions in the game, we just do things a few times until something happens, which was a concept introduced right from the very first interaction when you were selling watches. And look at that. Now, can we collect this on the left here? After we listen to him play over this reflecting pool. well, we should probably grab this elegant lapel flower that could be tossed to a fan or hurled at a heckler. I kind of imagine that the lapel flower is also something that would be tightly wound like a spring, maybe, depending on how that goes. But I guess we just need to toss more stones into the water. That will likely be the thing we do. Oh, look at that. Applause. Okay. And that's very encouraging. Okay, so we can give him more applause and just encourage him a little further, perhaps. The bass player is just going to wait for us until we do it. I'm, of course, listening to sound production here in terms of how the bass line here would just be programmatically looped until we applaud some more, and then have the overlaying of the next saxophone lick after we maybe applaud some more. Nice touch there with the alto line underneath. Oh, it's actually going to go out slightly by the sound of it, harmonically speaking. Kind of a nice touch. Gonna have record sales, he's gonna get the ladies. And Golden Boy is having a great time here. Alright. Bit of a weepy finish. That's not how to treat your saxophone. Well, let's see what kind of springy object we're recovering here. It may actually just be the flower on the lapel, but we'll just keep exploring over here and see if we can retrieve something perhaps from the pool. And notice how I'm just hanging onto my head as it's raining on me slightly. But then we'll just head down the beach and see what we can do over here. Into the pool we go. And what does this reveal? Well, once again we have... this was the promotional image that was cast aside much earlier. Oh, whoops. Can't seem to click on it. There we go. A press photo. Pre-autographed and well-worn. I guess the GG here is the... no. These are just cufflinks. Or buttons, actually, on this sleeve. Just buttons. I don't see the autograph. It must be autographed on the back. This, we can't... okay, I see left arrow on this, right arrow on this. There's going to be something we can interact with here, I think, too. Perhaps make some connections, draw some lines, who knows. Okay, we can actually rotate, which is interesting, because maybe we can see that autograph that was mentioned. No, maybe not. Okay, so clicking on this doesn't do anything, it's just that the left and right make you rotate. And if you can rotate like this, perhaps you can do something with those objects that we see way in the background over there. Interesting. You know, one thing I'm learning very quickly about this game is that each of these segments and each of these interactions is so isolated that you're not really thinking about it in terms of a rule set of expectations. You are just trying to figure out what to do and how to understand this element with every subsequent sequence that you see. And so... Ah, I see. No, you can draw connections. Okay. I see. So you can probably just make a star or something. Okay, now I understand that. Okay, so... There we go. Keep forgetting sometimes to try more of those drag interactions instead of just clicking mindlessly everywhere. So now we have a couple of different nodes of different colors, and I wonder if we just need to pair the ones that match. Or no. Oh, I see. No. This was something molecular. We knew that from much earlier. That we're trying to create like a molecular structure. Now to say, when I noticed that, I wasn't really paying enough attention to what was going on here structurally to really quite parse everything that was going on with this concept, but I think I do get the general idea. I mean, we were already shown this interaction previously, and so we'll just make a different compound entirely. There was a time when I would have been able to identify precisely what it was we were doing here. Those times, unfortunately, are well in the past. Can I rotate a bit to maybe, yeah, get this into more of an interactable 3D space? It might just be that some of these are currently out of reach. Yeah, because it seems to me that I definitely want to bind these two together up here, but to do so, I'd need to drag that, then drag that, and then create this central lattice. Very abstract. Oh, here's what is very clearly going to be double helix. And yeah, as you can see, if you understand that it's supposed to be a double helix, then you think about this in terms of binding the helical structure. And so when you do that, then it actually kind of follows pretty logically which nodes you're supposed to hit, rather than just doing it by guessing. Difficult to understand at first, but it is something that I think actually becomes something that is solvable in a systematic fashion rather than just by trial and error and blind guessing. It is a bit abstract, though. You do need to have a good eye for molecular structure to do so if you just sort of imagine what it is we're going to be putting together here. And just follow some symmetries as you go along. Also just have a really good sense of perception for 3D space, which I don't. Actually do find 3D to be a little bit challenging. But yeah, just one of those interactions will do. Don't need to be very exhaustive about it. We'll just move the cursor out of the way so we can see the cutscene here unobstructed. Okay, so we can interact with this here. I think we're just creating microbial life or something. We just drag over all of this until it creates a structure. These look kind of like something evoking magnetic polarization, actually, but I'm not really sure. It must be really interesting as designers of a game like this to be getting responses from playtesting, not just as a matter of, you know, making sure people can play through the content, but in terms of getting a sense of what they're doing with narrative interpretation. But it reminds me just in general of a lot of small-scale independent short animation, which is often very similarly abstract, and I think you just kind of develop a bit of a visual literacy for that with practice, and still with a very rich and challenging piece of visual art. There's still quite a lot that you can get out of it. Once again, with this whole segment here, I feel like understanding more of these structures on a subjective level would make this more comprehensible, but it seems very clearly here, well, maybe not clearly, but it seems, to me at least, that we're building cellular structures that were, you know, beginning with very simple molecular compounds, and beginning with the stuff of life, and I wonder what it is we have to do differently here too. Like, what, do we just have to scrape this faster, or there's something else that we need to... Oh, we just need to look at this, actually. And observe. Because it really does seem like we're assembling cellular organisms. That's how I'm reading it. Brewing some primordial soup. Yeah, once again, we just create a golden shape then, and then afterwards we can just click on it. There we go, yeah, you see? Just forming these little amoeboids. It'll be like the early game segment of Will Wright's Spore, which I think doesn't really get talked about very much these days, except as a notorious case study in mismanaged expectations. Anyway, I'm going to have a really interesting transition over here, and here we have what looks like more watch faces, perhaps even matching. Oh, look at this cursor. It's just got this heart cursor as you take these two pieces and you bring them together, and this yeah, act of creation, really. Okay, we have more objects that we need to pass through. Different segments here. And then now we need to do a bit more assembly. What is this part on the right here? Do we just need to make a complex device with all this? Well, let's make a few more of these. And I think we need to assemble a whole set of them before we bind them. Rather, to the golden object on the right. Let's see how many we're able to throw together. There are 6 spokes in that. Maybe it'll go with 6. Don't really know. I think we just keep doing it, actually. Listen to the music steadily escalate. And then... I wonder if we can do things in a different order. We can do things in a different order. Okay, that's interesting. Ah, I see. I see. So this actually is an ordering puzzle, and that's what I wasn't getting with this. That you can kind of create a central object first. And then we need to make that mechanism, I think. didn't understand that earlier. And yeah, because now we can create something like that. That looks a lot more coherent. Maybe not quite the same thing, though. I mean, let me think about what my target should be. We know that this is going to be the largest object. We then know that we can stack something beside it. Yeah, we're only going to have so many different combinations of this, though, so let's see what this is all about. And it is clearly an ordering puzzle. I'm just sort of trying to understand this semantically in terms of what it is we're going for and what kind of shape we're attempting. Probably something that works like this shape here to the right, where we have to, you know, maybe create this as the central object first, tag this on, and then I wonder if there's anything that we can do to reorient this. Because we've tried this combination already. Yeah, we've tried a few of these. I guess I'm not really sure where this central ring is fitting in. That kind of roughly know how to create this base shape here. But not much beyond that. Let's try to actually understand this, though. I mean, I don't like the thought of doing this by what is roughly trial and error. I mean, there are only so many combinations to go with here, so let's... Oh, I see. So now you have this little golden spot here. Ah, I see, because you've managed to make that match up. Okay, no, I wasn't attentive to that earlier. Yeah, because you need two parts that would actually fit together, I guess. I guess I'm assembling a watch, aren't I? That's eventually the thing that I'm doing, and now I have a fourth piece to add to my collection, and we have slightly more complex puzzles from there. Okay, as somebody who has never been involved in watchmaking, this is going to be a bit of a challenge, but... yeah, I guess we just pick a starting object and then we try to bind things from there. Ah, except you only have 3 parts here, so we... I think I get it. I think I get it. I think we need to be able to turn the dial from the outside. And Swarkle, it's going alright. I think that as far as the title of Genius Bastard goes, we need to understand the nature of this puzzle first. I'm clearly supposed to create an object that is compatible with this one, such that they are 2 pieces that kind of fit together. But it does require a certain ordering here that I'm not sure I quite get yet. Where you can perhaps put the dial on the outside and then assemble this piece? No, not quite. Yeah, I mean, now that we have 4 pieces, of course we have quite a few more combinations to work with. The order matters, so it would be, if you have a pocket calculator handy, it would be a 4 pick 3. And anyway, I do appreciate your confidence in my puzzle-solving abilities. Some of this stuff is really abstract, though, so we'll have to see. I think maybe if I do the dial first... Ah, look at that. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And then, clearly this. No? Yes. Yes, look at that. It's moving in, right? It's clearly making an approach. No? I mean, you can kind of poke around these guys and move them in. I feel like that was on the right track, though. Start with this. Maybe have a bearing like that. Yeah. Eventually I will have to try to understand this systematically, I think. We tried that one already. Whoops, can I cancel this out? I probably should have paid attention, a lot more attention to the first solution that we had in terms of understanding how that would be put together. I really do feel like that's going to be close, but I've tried both of those combinations already, so... I mean, it's not going to be something like that, obviously. Yeah, because we definitely need this segment here, because I feel like it has to kind of slot in, or at least... Oh, look, no, we had it. We had it earlier. We just needed to push it into position, yeah. But let's try to understand this. Like, why are these two compatible? Oh, I see what I did was that once I assembled the correct one, I had to click on the golden part here in order to signal it and kind of create the attraction. So that was the thing I was missing. That I was actually creating some of the correct solutions earlier, but I wasn't clicking on this. And so now I understand that. We're sure to have like maybe a 5-piece puzzle next after that. What I still don't quite understand is why these two pieces specifically are successfully going together. Because now we have an additional piece, now we have quite a lot of watchmaking to do here. And, yeah, this thing here... Like, we're not supposed to match it identically, we're supposed to make something similar. I think, maybe. And then... Is that correct? Yeah, you see, now you've created the attraction there, right? Is that... Then make it over? This has the golden bit that's at the end. And no, not going to call anything over, so that will not be it. Well, let's try this once again. I think maybe if we take this, then we can create that very similar looking part. Is that similar? Yeah, look at that, look at that. It's going to be called over. Okay, I'm so glad I actually understood that instead of just guessing. So maybe you were supposed to just build matching parts all along, I don't know. Like, sort of approximately matching parts, where you'd have the different parts in a matching orientation, even if they don't quite look like the same thing. Coral. Not one organism, but many inhabiting one form. Same idea here. And you can interact with some of the early life forms here. We really are just kind of tracing the creation of life, which is really neat. Ammonite bones. Prey. Here's a sponge, a passive observer. Also, a trilobite over here, but I was about to say intelligent life in its highest form, the saxophone. Let's see if we can click on anything else first. Just to click on things. Yeah, so we'll just unstick the saxophone. Here's a tarnished saxophone. Its dingy body reflects little light. The trail has gone dark. Well, I mean, can I play it? Underwater, probably not, but we'll just pocket it, and that will be a clue. Is it, however, a clue that's going to give me the third spring? Let's get back out of here. Back to the scene of the crime. And find that out. Look at that constellation, that's interesting. Oh, that's just Golden Boy. Okay. Back to the scene, and now we have the saxophone, which is going to give me the third spring. Well, now that we have the 3 springs, can we gild them somehow? We need a golden touch. And for that golden touch, well, we've got the saxophone. Although it is tarnished. What does it say again? Oh, its owner is gone. Yeah. Its owner is too busy committing murder. Well, let's see about that gold. I mean, you would have to do this in sequence, I think. So, maybe we can do something about Golden Boy here now. Unless we just dig back in here and see if there's anything new that is now interactable. Yeah, we have a couple of new locations. Leftovers from a dead Nova. A dead end. Searchlight blazes, but Golden Boy is nowhere to be found, so we'll have at least one location here. I do want to see if there are any other ones that we can do right now, but here's a neutron star that has stopped spinning. It is blinking at me, though. Going through the motions, love this. Through that event horizon. Familiar trail leads to a new variable. Avoid. Let's keep scrolling. I do want to see what we can do here. A rogue planet far from home. All the way over here. Wow. Totally spun away, having escaped the gravity well of his star system. Investigation provides no new clues. A golden glint catches the eye on a crisp afternoon, so we have 3 known fragments here. Perhaps we do need to do 3 segments to gild each of the springs. But no, we have 4 segments. Sound waves vibrate alluringly. So we got plenty of adventuring left. Slight vibration, then nothing. A near miss. Okay, so we got 4 segments that we can do in an order of our choosing. Let's do it in a different order this time. Let's just go left first. Yeah, we'll just pick some order. Sound waves vibrate alluringly. Let's do that. And wonder all the while why there are 4 segments for us to look at. Radio waves from the Big Bang echo all across the universe, and recorded into vibration is a moment of collaboration. Electrons and protons, once heated rivals, cooled enough to come together in harmony. Their union created the first elements and left a song that plays in the background of the cosmos to this day. This phenomenon, called the cosmic background radiation, allows scientists to listen to the moment of the Big Bang and compose a timeline of the birth of the universe. And of course, so we're going to approach cosmic radiation metaphorically through the gunshot. And assemble a timeline accordingly. So here we are with the saxophone. I can't do anything yet, but now we can. Okay, once again, we're going to be tuning into some resonant frequency. It's a fairly subtle effect. I don't know how well you can pick it up with the volume level on the stream, but we'll find a nice stable wave like that. Okay, great. Now let's resonate with it. Find a signal. There we go. Just got to separate signal from noise. Yeah, gorgeous sound design, really. This is very, very interesting. Okay, we're approaching stability. Approaching stability. Maybe not. There we go. Yeah, I just need to dial this until we have a nice, clean wave. And we seem to be approaching that once again. Oh, converging. There we go. Improvisation, probably. Improvisations. A curiously quiet rock. While silent now, a future visit will prove useful. Let's spin the rock. Will prove fruitful, rather, I should say. Yeah, you gotta make it through the improvisations, and... what are we looking at here? Live at 125th. So 125th actually would be in Harlem. Would be one of the major thoroughfares in Harlem, if I recall my New York geography with any accuracy. Here, of course, we're in a much more abstract environment. It's not like the Apollo Theater I seem to recall being on. 125th, unless I'm confusing it with a different location. Okay, let's get over here. This is, after all, by a New York studio. Worth remembering that the developers are from Brooklyn. Anyway, a tinkling piano in the next apartment, as the song goes. Somebody singing in the shower. And we were kind of invading their privacy. Okay, let's not do that. Bit of a street scene over here. A flyer for a raucous music venue. Oh, the Cotton Club, of course. The Cotton Club, of course, being the very historically significant venue. Now well defunct, of course, but which was closely associated with Duke Ellington and his band. It was very much Duke Ellington's home base. And yeah, we're very much in New York. Here's the subway stop at 96. Let's see if we can look at this. Passionless characters immortalized in a wanted poster. And can we do anything about this? Okay, no, yeah, we're sort of underneath the elevated rail rather than on a station platform. You can see it just from the cars whizzing by at ground level. This entrance here looks oddly familiar. The arrow indicates to me that we can, in fact, interact with something else here. We can go up and take the A train. Figure out how to get to Harlem. And we can, it seems, manipulate this panel. So I'm dragging the panel to move the train. That's what I'm doing. It's a neat little bit of casual interactivity over here. And then we just assemble these panels. And notice how the instruments are kind of picking up here and the arrangement in the background. What can we do? We probably just need to drag this down. And yeah, that sort of wall-sized animation actually reminds me of Blade Runner in a very distant way. Blade Runner, of course, also using that as part of its neo-noir atmosphere. So now we can listen with the ear cursor here. Let's listen. Listen to the cosmic background radiation on 116th Street. And we can continue just dragging it to walk. Head down 116th and see where we go. And I guess we will follow this down. Live music on 125th. Time kills all men. Kind of like a film poster. Let's take a look at some of this, though. Yeah, same wanted poster as we saw earlier. And this flyer has been defaced. Very upsetting. Look at that. You've got like this, mustache just drawn on the left. And yikes. Now, we'll rummage through that in a bit, like a true private detective. Time kills all men. FCD Presents, that of course refers to Feral Cat Den, the studio created this game. Starring Pedro Piccinini. Trying to zoom into some of this here. I wonder if we can actually show all the text. Okay, no. So, fortunately, can't really see this well enough with the filter applied overhead to read some of the finer text here. Let's see what this is. Jazz straight from WGLD Radio. Kickstart your musicianship. We can poke this, rummage a bit. Yeah, this guy busking will poke around the birds. And the rats. Here by the tracks. End is nigh, apparently. Let's flip it over. The end totally was nigh. Very vague relationship here, actually, to Watchmen, which I think is kind of thematically a bit of a match for this. If you know Watchmen, you would know that this is what Rorschach goes through the story incognito doing. It's just holding up this apocalyptic sign the whole time. And, for a game that's sort of this cosmic graphic adventure about time, I don't think that's just any odd sign. I think that is likely to be just a very overt reference to Watchmen. Okay, so we can now tap this, and playing the bass is going to light up the tracks. Love how the bass was actually just kind of responding to that too. To the rhythm of our tapping of the button. So I guess we get to play with this guy now. We just pull out our sax and play with him. Oh, it's a matching game, okay. No. No. I wasn't watching. Perfect fourth down. Wonder if the pitches remain in place or if they change with the sequence of challenges that we get here. Okay. Fourth, tonic, minor third, fifth. Okay, this is easy. We could do this all day. Just need to know what note assignments are, and everything else just follows, and the bass player just bids us farewell. Alright, let's jam some more. Is he going to play, or does he imitate me? I wonder if he just imitates anything I do, actually, whether it's totally generative. Now, I'm fascinated with how this sequence is designed in terms of how algorithmically the base part here is elaborating upon the input pattern that you have. I really want to look into this. Like, there are just some repetitions of notes, actually. And then, I think this is probably just a pre-composed lick at the very end there. It'll blend well with pretty much anything you put in, just given your very limited note selection here on the pentatonic. Okay, great. Now we have what looks like a full pentatonic scale. Let's play a tune. Maybe. Let's pick something. What's something that'll go nicely here? Well, let's figure out where we are on a scale, actually. Oh, you can actually slide up and down, too. Yeah, I was trying to puzzle out what scale we're actually on, but you just roll over everything. Okay, it looks like this is, yeah, this is the start of Alien over here, so okay. But there is some variation that happens with this, I think. Like, it's not actually preserving the same scale as you go. Actually, it does modify some of the pitches. Been too busy playing with this to the point that I've actually forgotten whether we have to solve anything there. No, I think we just play, actually. So we just play, and this guy's going to offer me his booze, which is going to allow me to solve more puzzles. Well, we now have an accomplice. Okay. Now what do we do? I can kind of rotate around here, and yeah, I am in charge of rotating the camera, but I'm only able to rotate it along this axis. I don't think I'm actually able to do anything else. Oh, okay, so we can click and manipulate things. And play a solo that creates the whole city. Yeah, you can just draw anywhere you like and just create the cityscape as you go. Yeah, very convenient that we're just sort of on the same tonic here, where we can just, you know, play modes all day, all over it. And Fake it till you make it, you know? Have to take a breath from time to time. And we just kind of keep building, I guess. Until we see a train passing by the horizon. That's... I think we just keep drawing, actually. Create those Coltrane sheets of sound. Although maybe with a little bit less chromaticism, you would expect. Maybe we do need to rotate into a certain location. I don't know if there actually is like something to solve here, or if we just play. Maybe we do need to watch the rotation here just to see if there's some kind of visual response that we need to be aware of, like outlining a train. Oh, you can move the train, okay. And if you move the train, it orbits this metropolitan solar system that you created for yourself. There we go. Hey, Netcat, welcome. Okay, here we are. The basis is gone after having handed us his remaining supply of booze. And yeah, Netcat, it is a very cool piece visually. We seem to have lost a basis, though, and he wasn't really left a whole lot of cash. An upright base, riddled with bullet holes, now quiet. Its silence requires contemplation. If we are in need of more springs, or spring mechanisms, I guess we have the strings here, and I don't know if we actually collect the base here and stuff it in my pocket like we do with all those other adventure clues. Oh yeah, we totally do. And we'll just head back to the main segment and slap that on the wall. Like in those Lil Curb's Mario Maker speedrun videos where he always just slaps something on the wall. We're going to do that, except we'll do it with the evidence. Anyway, back over to the black hole, and we've got 3 more segments here. I don't know what we actually managed to collect here. We collected a base, but I don't know what it's for. Oh, it gives you an additional spring. I didn't know we needed that many, actually. I thought that... Oh, we do need 4 springs, I guess, because of the 4 arrows here. So now we need to light all of them up. Yeah, I didn't get that. I thought we just needed 3 because I was looking at instruction 2, but it seems like if you follow the arrows, we do need 4 separate ones. First one from the first chapter, these from the other chapters, and so now we know there are 3 segments that we still need to explore in order to guild these, but I would assume there's maybe a 4th one that has not yet been revealed, simply because of the sequence with which one proceeds through this game. So yeah, you see, we only have 3 entry points so far. And we'll probably plate 3 of those springs with gold, but then afterwards... Well, let's take the middle one here just to totally break any kind of sequence. Also, notice Zelda's Lullaby. Oh no, it didn't do it a second time. But with that first set of intervals there earlier, I totally picked up on that. It just wouldn't let me repeat it. A familiar trail leads to a new variable. Let's do it in this order instead. Just gradually piecing this together. 9.5 billion years after the Big Bang, the ashes of an ancient stellar explosion began gathering in a single point. The crush of gravity compacted these remnants so tightly together that they ignited into a newborn star, orbited by a halo of dust and gravel. Around this star, asteroids collided. Ever larger clumps of inanimate rock were formed, and this protoplanetary disk would slowly gather into 8 planets. Over the next 4.5 billion years, these planets spun silently in the void. For the 99.998983% of the universe's age, the only histories written were in the strata of lonely geology. But this quiet would not last. Well, I'm sure you're thinking what I'm thinking. Poor Pluto. Anyway, here's Golden Boy once again. He's going to give us a sly little wink. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. Exactly. No, that's absolutely perfect. It reminds me that there was some recent volume that I saw on Kickstarter, which I totally forgot about, but which was collecting a lot of the Douglas Adams archival material that survived in his Cambridge College, I believe, as well as some other archival sources. And somebody had actually managed to put together some kind of Kickstarter volume that was like the sort of graphic history of the development of the Hitchhiker's Guide. But thanks for jogging my memory, rather, for that, however tangentially. A piece of golden shrapnel, remnants of a supernova. Well, I mean, we need gold, so we'll grab this somehow. And, yeah, I guess we'll proceed. Just pan over to the right. This trail of gold. And let's see what we can look at here. Oh. More gold. More gold. Probably going to tell me the same thing about these remnants of the supernova. And can't do anything by interacting with that stellar body yet. So we'll just shatter everything and get over here to see what this is. Oh, I see. You're spinning the planets into their settled, stable form. And there's Saturn once again. And we're still playing detective with all of this as we look at this fragment. A rock recently fragmented into a sharp point, not accidental. Very curious. Okay, so let's take a look over here. Hopefully nothing as finicky as planting seeds earlier like we were doing. I think we just eliminate some of this foliage and... yeah, this is once again a free movement sequence. We'll just side scroll through this and see if there's anything on either side. Okay, so what are we doing over here? I guess that's the little gold piece that we're going to be looking for. You know, the further I get into this, the more I'm reminded of something that would have been co-developed with this, as in concurrently developed, without them mutually influencing each other, which is, of course, Pete Docter's film Soul. In that it also has that sort of mix of New York jazz with this kind of cosmic line art style. Although the interesting thing about that film, of course, was that when you are in the metaphysical segments that are drawn into style, or in something very similar to it in terms of, you know, the kind of very clearly outlined character art that you have here in a 3D plane, that was very separate from the jazz half of the film in a way, and that was the part of the film that was scored by Trent Reznor. Whereas the musical direction of the jazz segments in that film were by John Batiste, who is the musical director for Stephen Colbert, and also an excellent pianist who I got to see live about a decade ago, I think. And, Tufts of Wool taken from Bleeding Sheep. I was actually talking to somebody about this recently, that John Batiste is actually one of the very few top-tier jazz musicians in terms of international prominence to actually really engage seriously with video game music. And I kind of wonder if he would be aware of this game. Now, we can interact with this thing here. We have this illustration of time. A brief history of time. Tufts of wool taken from bleeding sheep. Androids dream of them in their electric form, no doubt. And, yeah, let's just move on here. And, okay, we're just going to crush that settlement with our bare hands. Seems like it's maybe getting civilization off on the wrong foot, but yeah, we can just shatter some of these amphorae. Smashed pottery, the evidence of pillage. Yeah, we don't need to smash everything, I don't think. Let's just continue scrolling and witnessing the dawn of civilization. And we can smash some more things here and there. Vandalizing these valuable antiques. What can I do with this? It gives me the hand symbol, but I don't think I can actually drag it either way or manipulate it some other way, at least not yet. Now we can, perhaps. Yeah, I can maybe drag it left and right. I don't know. Oh, okay. If you spin it somehow, so for example by taking the handles maybe, you can in fact follow a particular animation, I think, of what's going on with central figure. I think you are supposed to spin this like a top, and that will display an animation. There we go. We just drag continuously to the right and almost display an animation before we just break everything. Scattered coins cut loose from a purse. So yeah, we really are just witnessing the dawn of civilization. And I'm gonna grab some coins here, and what is this? Archaeological site. More coins. There is the door that we can go through eventually, but I'm just mousing over everything I can. Oh, that looks very much like the Bruegel the Elder Tower of Babel. Very subtle artistic touch here. Like I was saying right from the beginning, you know right from the Opera Nighthawk's diner that they have that these are game developers who love their art history. And so we'll just pick up on all that we can. Anyway, more gold, more bricks. Let's punch this out, I guess, and reveal the Sphinx. And the nose is just going to fall right off. That's rubble. Crushed by conquering armies. But yeah, the influence of John Coltrane's Crescent actually is extremely audible with the scoring of this segment here. But here we are, some lotus flowers. We'll just create these little seedlings here. No relation to the seeds of creation that bugged out for us like crazy much earlier. On we go. I'm sure they must have made many trips to the Metropolitan Museum of Art to research some of this, but fragments of a statue recently toppled. No, that's not going to get me the gold I need. However, it is going to reveal the silhouette of Golden Boy. Here in the amphitheater. Well, that did not go well. What can we interact with now? Ah, okay, you can clear this off. It's like wiping a camera lens by just clicking and dragging. That's sort of neat. You'll see that this place is on fire. And that's... oh, I see, it's an eruption. Okay. So let's unmask the eruption. Unfortunately, I can't quite scrub this perfectly, and there are going to be some remaining markings, I think, until we... yeah, no, we can clear the whole thing. That's going to be detected as complete, I think. Almost. And then we can interact with this figure over here, yeah. A staff with two figures spiraling inward. All other artifacts are buried beneath rubble. And, oh, okay, that probably gets me the gold I need, actually. Wasn't quite clear on that, but oh, you can also tap out of this if you want to. I know, we'll just transport ourselves back to the scene of the crime, I guess. But then how does that obtain gold? I wonder, I'm not quite clear on that. How does reliving the birth of ancient human civilizations give us a piece of gold? But it does, though. Surely it does. Well, it gives us this object, and then is that going to give us... oh, another spring. Okay, so never mind. So the count here has no bearing whatsoever. We just need to collect more springs generally, and this initial plan has absolutely no relevance to the number we must actually collect. So I guess we assemble more springs with the remaining fragments then, and then after that, a golden touch will envelop all of them. Let's do things continued in this order. A golden glint catches the eye on a crisp afternoon. So yeah, we're here looking for gold, but we're finding more springs instead. I think it was the clear implication of the previous segment as well. We know we want gold, and instead we find more parts. Winter winds blow as the Earth teeters in its orbit around the Sun. 23.5 degrees of axial tilt result in a planet that bows in deference to its star, frosting the distant hemisphere with deep snowbanks and icy streams. But in time, each hemisphere will lean towards the sun. Radiant heat will warm one hemisphere as the other exhales frozen breaths. Without the decay of autumn or the dying off in winter, there would be no hopeful budding in the spring nor flowering of summer. The rare Earth hypothesis proposes that evolution cannot happen without such environmental hardships. The axial tilt that incites the seasons, the tectonic plates that crash together, and the other cyclical forces of the planet drive life to thrive through resiliency and rebirth. And of course I'm taking notes on all that in case I forget. And of course you still have the Golden Boy constellation staring at us the whole time as we poke the rare Earth. We're only going to get so many of these, so why don't we just give this thing a spin? And we see that you have pockets of gold here that roughly correspond, I think, to... I'm not sure what they correspond to. I think it's not patterns of human settlement. Might be something else entirely. Oh, are we just going to create a hurricane here? Or there we go. Really muss up this place, and look at that, I'm soaking wet from all that. All this messing about with the climate. Can we do something with the moon? Can I catch the moon? Create some tides? I feel like I should. It is a moving target, though, which is hard to deal with a stick pointer. Okay, let's not deal with the moon. Let's just continue doing something turbulent here. Oh, those are the tectonic plates. And let's do some more. So basically you need to rotate the Earth to a position where the outer circle turns gray, and then that gives you the appropriate reaction. Those are the winter winds we were hearing about earlier. We're quite chilly now. Still think I should try to catch the moon, but I don't think I'll actually be able to do it. No, doesn't seem to be anything. Just the moon. Or a space station. Okay, that's an ice age. Everything is frozen over. Okay, we're just going to make it up the snowy mountainside. Signs of life already present, of course. And yeah, this is completely a free roaming segment, so I don't actually know what we're going to stumble across as we take a bit of a hike across this landscape and encounter a sign of civilization. Well, I remember this part from Breath of the Wild. And okay, so now we're back to point and click mode. What can I interact with here? I'm not entirely sure. We can just back out of this, actually. It's just showing me this part of the landscape. So I think we just explore the landscape and see where we can go and what other such locations we can reveal. Now, what is this? More structures that we can't do much about. Well, here's some gold. Here's also a place on fire. Architecturally speaking, it looks like we have in fact been in Japan all this time, and that was just Mount Fuji earlier on. Yeah, upturned cart over here. Let's see if we can do anything about this. A woodblock painting of a demon. No resemblance, really, to in Golden Boy, but you'll notice the timepiece, that this motif here is actually very similar to our interactions with Golden Boy thus far, just in a totally different cultural context. Can we pull any of this out, push any of this in? I don't know. I think we just hold the cursor and drag and see what pops out. An empty bottle of ink. What is this? Old tools, well maintained. A simple yet charming doll. Can I pop that back in? Yeah. And then we'll just scan everything here till we find something interesting. Couldn't actually see what was in that cabinet, or in that one for that matter. Looks like sometimes you just can't really click through. Oh, that released something interesting. Tea leaves. With these, the future may be divined. Oh, guess I can't actually interact with any of the other pieces there, or can I? Can I return here and just take a look? Yes, I can. I'm curious. We had seen the doll. We had seen the tools. Don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I guess we've probably seen what there is to see here. Unless I can look at anything with this building on fire. No, let's proceed. And we've got some signage pointing over here as though I can continue traversing, which I can. Here we are in the bamboo forest. Yeah, this is the most open free roaming area we've seen in the game so far, so don't really have a good sense of its scope or what else we'll be in for. But it does seem as though this just merges back into a zone that we may have passed earlier. The remains of a tree. Old as time, easy to set aflame. Should we set it on fire? Maybe so. But in the meantime, we'll just continue walking. Was it up this path here, or who knows? I don't have a very clear visual memory of where we've been, but yeah, there's the thaw text that was at the very beginning. We didn't really explore the right side, I think. We had veered immediately left to see the mountain. And so let's observe this scene over here. So he needs wood, buckets, plants, and bowl. Maybe so. I mean, we have the wood, right? So why don't I just click on that and see what we can do. We probably just needed to find the wood, in fact. Everybody else is just offering the other bits and pieces. Oh, the cup, okay. Fragile porcelain cup, presently empty. Let's click on this and see if we can hand over the goods. Yeah, we got both of those, in fact. So now we just need the buckets. And I don't think I'd seen where to go for that, so we'll have to back out of here, I'm sure, and then just explore a little bit more. I think there may have been some locations we didn't really interact with. For example, when I revealed a mountain, did I actually pick anything up there? I'm not sure I did. But the bucket looks like it'll be something extracted from some structure, like a well, for instance, or this thing here looks new. Ah, no, there's the... well, something that looks like the bucket on the left side. This area will not do much for me. Not expecting that I can cross over here and all towards that, no. So in that case, let's just continue exploring. Yeah, I might have to redo some of the areas that we saw just now in case I missed something. I was not too attentive to where we even picked up the sapling or whatever that was. Okay, no, this is now kind of broken down, actually. And there is what looks like a well here. Right, because previously I couldn't actually interact with anything here, right? So here's cards for gambling, old vices. Brings back vivid memories of the past. So yeah, I guess maybe you weren't able to interact with that until all of those other characters were sent scattering away. Notice that this matches the flower lapel that we associate with Golden Boy. And here's a past memory. We're going to drink some more, I guess, because that's the solution to everything in this world. And pop some bubbles, as before. Get very woozy and boozy. And here are all the suits, look at that. Playing card suits. And now what's going to happen as the record winds down. While we have the playing cards, we have this guy over here. I don't know if he does anything. We don't really get to repeat that scene, unfortunately. We may just have to pop back out of here and inspect some of those other scenes we saw earlier once again. Given that we do know that there is a state change that this is capable of producing. This looks kind of like a location that should have not a bucket, but definitely something that caught my attention. And yeah, as you can see here, has anything changed? I don't think so. Same deal as before, really. The woodblock print of a demon, nothing different that I can see. So let's just, whoops, go back and scan the perimeter again, unless we have anything fresh to look at, which I doubt. Nope, still just need that bucket. Oh, the wheel actually turns, which is new to me. It doesn't really do anything, though. Just spins and spins. Nope, not quite. Let's head back and see what we missed along this circuit. Yeah, there was the wood location earlier. We just haven't seen the bucket location yet. I'd imagine it's something like a well. Might even be this introductory area here before we... okay, no, we hadn't been here, actually. Here's the bucket. A pail of water to quench a powerful thirst. In case you're busy ice fishing here all day and have not a drop to drink. And you poke that and it's just fish. Nothing much to that. So yeah, let's just return the object and then we'll proceed. And let's see. Nope, dead end. Well, we do know that our destination is just back over on the east side. And we'll do that. Aw. Anyway, that is the final piece of the puzzle, so let's talk to the appropriate authorities eventually. We can't enter it just yet, but I'm sure we will be able to once we cash this in. And we should be able to follow them in. Yeah, there we go. So now we're inside. A little bit fragmented, if you ask me. And I think I do have a little bit of control over the camera height here. Oh no, just pushing this around. Oh, interesting. Just going to be a time interaction eventually. It does need the gold outline, though, in order to be a valid interaction, so we will read this first. Poetic words, a distraction from work. I guess we just had to play this. Or reassemble something. Fragments of one's precious possessions taken in lieu of unpaid taxes. Wonder if we have to do anything to manipulate these? I don't think so, by the looks of it. But I also can't see what else we can do here, apart from attempting some kind of reassembly. I mean, we can... Oh, just kind of zoom in here and see what this does. Well, looks like we're just going to set up for a traditional tea. Tea leaves in the cup? Oh, so they are tea leaves, that's what it is. That's why we were gathering all those fragments. Wood for the fire for the brewing, I'm sure. Okay, tea time. And, oh, I didn't mean to do that actually, but I guess that's the only thing that happens. Well, the cup runneth over, and this guy is not happy about this shattered antique. I think we are in big trouble. Let's see if we can actually interact with any of these pieces here. I think maybe we just need to back out of this sequence and prepare for the worst, really. We're already quite fragmented. Can I interact with any of the other panels? No, not really. Yeah, this is basically just a comic book sequence. We tap through each panel accordingly. Ah, this is a familiar scene. Yeah, just playing some games with death here. That's what we usually do. Oh, this is going to become an instrument, isn't it? Or it looks kind of like it could be. But I guess we'll mostly just be reassembling the pieces first. Putting everything back together and... I mean, move it back into place, that's all there is to it. Here's a broken offering tray, spots of blood washed clean by spring rains. And perhaps this becomes more complex. And yeah, as expected. We just need to piece this together, although it's not totally clear to me what the orientation of these pieces is sometimes, and I don't know if there's much we can do to manipulate that, so whether it's by rotation or by something else. No, the way you pick it up will give you the correct orientation. So eventually we'll need to fix that piece up top. But until then we fix each of these instead. And then we cap this. A destroyed children's toy. Summer sun has faded to paint. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a skull, so let's complete the mask here. And yeah, we just encase that in the back. You can, of course, rotate this a bit to see what you're doing. In case you have that final piece that needs to be properly affixed. Yeah, rotate down. Plug that in, and here's a crushed skull. Fragrant with autumn's decay. Same idea here. We'll rotate as necessary to just put the three-dimensional jigsaw together, which eventually we should be able to do. Nope, it's not going to be this. But you can see from the rotation into place how everything is going to go, and that should click in nicely. And then we need to fill in the bottom. Let's rotate that into place first. Looks like it's not going to be any of that. Yeah. Oops, just some little fragments at a time. I do think we have enough to work with here. A shattered ceremonial cup for discussions of peace over winter's tea. So, have we preserved the peace? We're about to find out. And look at that, it's got the same kind of symbol as the spring. The same spiral motif. And so perhaps this part of the quest has ended. On the other hand, perhaps not. However, this time this is not going to shatter. Which is good, because here's a cup shattered and remade. The cracks reveal unseen patterns, new lines of inquiry bloom. Moreover, we have the spring motif, and so back to the scene of the crime I'll go, as expected. And we've just got one more of these to do in the current set of available segments. And there we go. The way that everything is spaced here, yeah, you can see that there is a very conspicuous spot left for part number 7. And that is basically our latest piece of loot here. We've seen some of these descriptions before. Let's add something else to our collection. Okay, the last one in this series. The searchlight blazes, but Golden Boy is nowhere to be found. As the pull of gravity claws together clouds of interstellar atoms, tremendous pressure builds and a fire is ignited. The star is born in a halo of dust, its belly full of hydrogen, helium, and lithium. Inside, fusion digests this initial meal into progressively larger, heavier, more complex elements. Growing larger and heavier with iron, the star finally collapses and bursts into a supernova, unleashing a wind of rare, heavy elements in its dying breath. Well, I mean, this time the spiral is just going to be something on a much larger scale. Momentarily saying, no, we're not at the end yet. I don't know how close to the end we are, in fact. But I do know that this is the last of the current set of available segments that was available to select in the initial hub. But anyway, let's create a solar system. So yeah, we might have some left to go. We are just finishing up the last known segment in our current set right now, so. And each of these is pretty independent from the other ones. This one and the other three most recent segments could have been done in any order, and they're all fairly independent, so let's follow the tracks. You made a solar system once, made it from various things like people and buildings, yeah, so what we're doing here should be very familiar to you. Anyway, here's some of the planting that we remember from much earlier. And what's the chapter title this time? It's going to be Hunt. Right, because we're on the hunt for that deer that showed up at the very beginning of this part. I noticed, of course, that in the Japanese winter scene, that the deer was also present as motif. Anyway, back to the cursor. Let's see what we can interact with now. Might just be another cutscene segment? No, we just need to reveal tracks. Okay, I get it. So we're just doing tracking. And by following the path to wherever it may lead next, depending on what we're revealing in the undergrowth. This looks mildly interactive, but it is not. Just need to click on everything we can. Oh, here's something. I think that's just dung, actually. I think that's just excrement that the target of our hunt has left behind. Not knowing, of course, that would ultimately betray their location. Anyway, some free roaming once again as we head into this area here. Okay, it looks like a bit of a maze-like segment where we just have to puzzle out where we can go. Finding some points of spatial connectivity here. Anyway, we can follow the... Oh, no, this is the way in. Following the tracks the wrong way. So it's just where we initially arrived, and we now needed to find some additional evidence of where that has gone. Unfortunately, I don't really see anything that we can interact with. I think it's just a matter of poking around at whatever objects we can. We can push the trees, since they're conveniently flat and lightweight, but any of this stuff I don't think we can actually kick up. So may just be a little bit of trial and error here as we look for clues. Or maybe there is, I would think, some kind of tracking interaction that we need to follow from our entry point in terms of looking for visual clues that we can actually interact with. We'll just have to be extra careful about checking some things like the trees. Currently, I don't know what the clues are supposed to be. I feel like that was a segment we had entered earlier, only to find a dead end. Yeah, I don't know if there is something that is going to be visible to me here, except of course this looks awfully suspicious. It is, however, also a dead end. So, let's see what else we can do. We can just kind of poke around here. I really feel like we are supposed to do something to reveal more tracks, but it's unclear to me what that something could be. Now, this game has been treating me fairly well. Early on, we ran into some bugginess in the early chapters. It is my understanding that the Switch port that I'm playing right now is behind the current patch that's on the PC version. Because this received a fairly major patch a few weeks ago on PC, and so I was concerned about some bugginess coming in, and we did run into that in one of the early chapters, which had some issues, but apart from losing a bit of progress there, it's been fun so far. So it's not really a puzzle game, it's exactly. It is very straightforward series of interactions that are quite isolated from each other for the most part, but the thing you're actually doing is kind of piecing together the metaphor and the narrative from what you see, because so the object here is that you're trying to prevent a murder, which is kind of metaphorically standing in for the Big Bang, because the Big Bang is also the firing of the gun. And you're trying to do so by creating this timekeeping device that will generate a black hole. Oh, here's something. And so I've been collecting these spiral figures that are all springs of a watch. The idea is that if I collect all of them and then give them a golden touch, then that's going to allow me to create the black hole that prevents the murder signified by the Big Bang. And so we've been walking through a lot of different aspects of creation, from the generation of microbial life to the birth of civilizations, and having all kinds of adventures in geologic time. Primitive figures painted on a stretched skin. Also relevant to the hunt, as we can see. Oh, yeah, we'll talk to that figure over there eventually, but let's see what this interaction will be. And so yeah, this is close to the figure that we want, but not quite. Oh, I see. This is just the target of the hunt. And so I guess we should be following this. Oh, no, we're just going to be ejected. wonder if I can actually go back. I don't think it'll do anything for me, but we can just go back and look at a deer figure. But perhaps now that we've seen that interaction, it will reveal something about its tracks that it was previously unable to access. Yeah, as you can see here, we are following the tracks now. We should be able to retrace some steps. Oh no, these are my steps. It's actually been tracing my own steps all this time. I don't know how accurately. I think it's just sort of creating that illusion. It's not actually my specific path through the game. It hasn't been generating that. But it's meant to evoke the idea that my own steps and those of the other hunters around me have been suddenly made visible. And so this is something new. We can talk to these fellows and they're no closer to finding the location of our prey. This looks relevant to something. No, I think we just go back to our starting location, and this looks like the letter A is suspicious. And if we do so, perhaps... Oh, no. This is the location we noticed to begin with, actually. I'm sure that this wall is going to come down. As expected. So yeah, we found that much earlier, and that looks suspicious, and our intuitions were correct. So I guess I just uncover what I can here. There's the prey. So yeah, it is a game that I think is very clearly built for a mouse input, and so that's just being emulated by the analog stick here. But you have to kind of think about it in many cases, like mouse swipe gestures. I don't believe there's a mobile port of this at this time, but you could very easily imagine this as a tablet game as well. And I don't know if it does support a touchscreen input on Switch, but I would doubt it given the existing control scheme and some of the things that you do with mouse over to reveal things that you can interact with. Anyway, we hunted this down, and now we... I guess the moon motif does match the goddess of a hunt in a way. That's what Diana or Artemis were all about in the first place. So yeah, I'm just clicking on the tree here to see what happens. And that's just the animation that gives you. Let's see if we can move this just to create, of course, the passage of time. Drawing with a stick, drawing a circle. With the passage of time, our prey decomposes. And here are the remains of a male creature born from the ashes of a dead star, fatally sought after. Feminine hands wish to possess it. And that's going to be the spring motif that we need. And that completes the set, and that will get us to the next act of this game. Okay, back to the scene of the crime. Once more. Okay, so let's complete that collection. I believe that's maybe all the springs that we're going to get, as far as I know, although we've been surprised by continuations before, so. Still need the golden touch. And now we have this This antler from a stag. Yeah, so yeah, this is what we're doing. As you can see, if you came in late. Our nemesis, the golden boy, who's a saxophonist who cast away his saxophone, is firing the shot. It's the big bang. It looks like it's going to. It's a miss mass. And we're going to intervene, or at least we aim to. And so far, we've just been examining this trail here to see what we can interact with. To eventually create a black hole and stop this. Okay, we have a couple more fragments here as we near the end of the bullet trail. That's a rumor that goes nowhere. An asteroid sets a new relationship in motion. Okay, so that's one part we can get into. Assuming this is nothing. A lone gravitational wave. Alright, so I guess we now need the golden touch, unless this is just going to be another spring, and so we'll dip into this segment here and see what it is all about. Ancient Earth was barren, cold, lifeless, until a collision. An astronomical body the size of Mars slammed into Earth, showering debris into an orbital veil as the bodies melted together. This union left Earth forever changed, now with a moon, a 23.5-degree axial tilt, and pregnant with added mass. The planet had become fertile for the evolution of life. Though destructive, a collision has made Earth a rare home from which to gaze at the stars and study the movements of celestial bodies, both past and present. And here's the Golden Boy constellation once again. And I guess we're just scattering bits of debris here, flinging them everywhere. And, whoops, that's what happens when you fling things into orbit, when you are yourself in orbit. You just whack yourself. Not very bright. Well, let's see what we can do. Now that we're on the surface of this planet undergoing collision. These are all interactable segments, it seems. An unfinished timepiece, its construction flawed. I can interact with the watch hands, that's interesting, but not repeatable. A defective watch. Difficult to repair now. Looks like I can't interact with this one. Maybe, it just had a little bit of a tick that seemed to be on a timer. Remnants of a meal, that's interesting. An eggshell, broken from hatching, or perhaps by a predator. Unclear. Well, oh, here's something. One more unnecessary pocket watch. Very similar to the types that we were selling at the beginning of this adventure. Let's see if we can flip anything else to reveal interactive elements that we haven't seen. Here's one. Debris from a late night dinner at the Hopper. Well, we've dialed this before. We haven't seen a lipstick, though. Let's reveal the next area. And that's the collision. Now we've got a 23.5 degree axial tilt. Or at least we will by the time the planet settles down a bit from this calamitous strike. Does this still say collision? Yes, it does. Now the entire planet is aflame. And alright, we'll walk through this. And what does that bring us to? Oh, here's the invitation. Not that we could do anything about it. Just scattered fragments and motifs from everything we've been piecing together slowly. Yeah. Same idea, except now... Oh, here we are back in the hopper. Or approaching it. I kind of wonder if the figures inside are going to also resemble the scene in the original painting. Not quite, but close to it. I think the idea is understandable enough. Only thing we can interact with here, by the looks of it, is just heading up to the golden spot by the little cocktail glass, martini glass over here. So let's just offer a clink of the drink, and once more we're just gonna stagger around, pop some bubbles from the liquor. Same idea here, just gonna pop all the hearts and lipstick. Having a time of our life. And now everything's on fire again, so. That's just how it goes sometimes. Good thing that was an empty glass. Don't really want to toss liquor into the fire. Anyway, this is probably just a passage of time once again. We just need to circle this around and rotate it. Can I rotate it backwards? I've never tried it. No, it doesn't let you. You do have to rotate forwards. And with time, the planet cools. And we see everything set up here like it is in 2001: A Space Odyssey. We're just going to doze off for this whole segment, though. Not taking much of an interest in the future of our planet. Okay, so here is the match book that we saw much earlier, except this time we get to strike the match. What do we get to set on fire? Seems like one long maintenance pipe. Actually, it looks like a linear accelerator. Almost. Okay, so we're going to fall in and... oh. What have we disturbed over here? Okay, so we've aroused some curiosity over here as a bit of an unwanted intruder into this laboratory. Certainly looked like something that was a particle collider that was in the works. And here's the rapid motif once again from the hopper. and so much else. Yeah, Fractal Martian Accelerator. Okay, so now we get to do something with this imaging tool, I suppose. So this is interesting. This is the spring. This is the rotation. Doesn't do anything yet. This just gives me the same image. So let's see what this does. Well, something is wrong. It's showing me .1. I guess we need to explore some of these objects here. Here's Fractal Martian Super Collider, a technical manual that details the physics of the Super Collider, which we correctly identified. We're going to totally mess up the notes over here, which is going to be disastrous. That is an interactable object. I'll look at that in a moment after I scan the board. Nothing there, so let's just follow the highlights. Parts salvaged from ancient technology. Repurposed to monitor particle collisions. I like this one that has this sketch on the side, like it's the wild rabbit. And the ancient technology is... Oh, it's kind of like you're in the distant future in that this is like a moon rover or something, and that you've been on the moon the whole time. As you can tell by the rocket base outside and everything that we had been constructing earlier. So you're not just with a particle accelerator. You're with one that is either on the moon or possibly even on Mars, given that it's the Fractal Martian Accelerator. Nothing to do here but move the dials and press the button. I don't know what the dials are going to do for me, but I think it's probably just something to do with the signal clarity. And notice this too, that you can change the waveforms, you can manipulate all kinds of things, in fact. And yeah, probably just going to generate some signal. Let's play with this. I don't think there's a particular solution we're going for yet, but there might be at some later point. Yeah, so you have two waveforms here that you can possibly make coincide. I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there we go. We have this coincident movement here. That's what we need. Okay, there's the collision. And what can we do with the image? That's just going to be a rotation. I'm just looking at what's actually different, mostly watching the big circle on the left side here to see what else we can do to manipulate this image. Okay, so that's dot number 2. I guess we have to do a few more of these interactions to get the machine going. Something different every time. Last farewells before departure. So yeah, I guess you probably blasted off from Earth and landed on Mars or something, and that's where this whole research station has been set up. And yeah, that's the Newton Principia. I actually have held an original copy of the Newton Principia before, many years ago, in a library that had a volume of this in its collection. It smelled great. That's mostly what I remember about it. Here's a piece of chalk that yearns for an image and a sketch. And, well, I mean, that was just from the hunt. And the scientist doing the wave particle assessment is not impressed, although maybe that was a spark of inspiration. And now I guess we have something new to interact with. Just from our doodle on the board. Okay, nothing to interact with other than continuing. Back to this little spectrograph. We have an additional set of dials to work with now, of course. So let's see, we just need to get a nice clean signal once again. Our previous approach may not be what is useful here. Okay, that's kind of a clean line, almost. Almost. Nope, that's just a lot of nothing. Yeah, I guess we're just configuring the accelerator. Don't think manipulating this style is going to do very much for me here. We do need to get these two to line up for sure. Probably just need to manipulate this to find a nice, clean collision. Oh! There we go. Okay, sine wave. And we just needed that exactly. Okay. Yeah, I guess we just have everything in an equilibrium here. As with the radio tuner elements much earlier in the game, it is mostly just a matter of poking around with the dials until it works, but you do kind of have a sense of how you want it to look. And you've got this really interesting helical structure here. Now that's just going to be number 3 here, though. I'm sure we need to do 2 more. And that the idea is to eventually achieve, I'm sure, the spiral signal that we've been going for all along. So we just continue tapping golden elements and reading more books. Yeah, we've got a Super Collider, we've got a Principia, and here's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Of course, as we predicted from seeing the rabbit. A curious book to find in a laboratory. Not really. Mathematicians and physicists are really into Lewis Carroll in general, just and because Carroll was a mathematician himself. Charles Dodgson, I should say. Dodgson. There's a G in it, but it is pronounced Dodson, as I recall. A heat-resistant flask used to study Martian chemistry. Yeah, we are on Mars. We have a rabbit who's surviving in this environment with us, and then we're going to do some chemistry and better living through something I just mixed in the test tube. Okay, let's take a look. What kind of signal are we jumbling together this time? We've got an additional device up top to work with now. This thing over here. Let's just put all the dials in the middle again, just to have a bit of a starting condition to work with that is somewhat coherent. That's not coherent. Oh, also, it seems like maybe X button. Ah, okay, no, we're supposed to follow this. It's funny because I was poking around with the previous solutions. I didn't actually see what this stuff does. And so we just need to read this and... oh, here's the teacup that we had reassembled earlier in the game. And yeah, so we have actually the solutions here. We'll was just totally not reading that earlier. Just looking at each of the devices to see if we've configured them appropriately. Yeah, so this guy needs to be over here. Oh, look at that. That's very clean. Alright, let's go back and see what else we need over here. Yeah, this is pretty understandable. That's always going to be aligned. We do need this device here to give us something with a spiral. Okay, this... Yeah, so this is an unknown, so we need to tune this on the 547. Everything else, though, should be equilibrious in the middle. So yeah, we tune it like this, and then we manipulate this. Close to it, actually. And then, do we need to manipulate this further? Oh, that's just a line. Let's see what kind of wave we need to produce here, then. So we want this waveform. And to do that, so yeah, this is a question mark as well, so we need to manipulate that. And we'll just find the right configuration by looking at, well, which are the variables that we need to manipulate here? We have this kind of preset. We have this preset. We need to manipulate the 801 and dial onto 547 for the sine wave. So, maybe not that much of a sine wave, but it'll be something really clean like that, maybe. Looks fairly plausible to me, something like that. Don't know if these switches are exactly in place here for what we want, but I think we're getting close here. Maybe just with some additional displacement. There we go. Just like that. So yeah, reading the blackboard seems like that would have been helpful all along. We'll need to do one more. I think that's fairly clear from what we saw earlier. Okay, one more to go, probably with the addition of some other device. And we have another book here, too. William Blake, of course. Divinely inspired. Tiger Burning Bright. Anyway, a radio dish that catches vibrations from Earth. Okay, so we're here on Mars and we're jamming to transmissions from Earth. And of course that's a source of inspiration, which will allow the scientists here to cobble together yet another spectrum signal processing machine using this thing here, actually, this radio set. I guess this time we have to see what configuration we do to create the double wave helix. Back to that helical motif. All these presets are pretty much as they were before, except this time we have to deal with the L75, which has some kind of dial setting like that. kind of wonder if the pitches here will be something we need to pay attention to here in notation. It may be the case. And the other question marks are pretty much in the same place as before, so we'll just actually just recreate the signal that we had earlier. You kind of have to do it from memory, I think, in terms of finding the right kind of dial. This was correct, this was correct. And this, I wish I could remember. But anyway, we'll see what we can do here. Yeah, it needs a double helix. Well, these two buttons here seem promising. This one and the other one. That seems very close to the structure I want. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, so we have a couple of unknowns. And we should be manipulating one of these. Just have a nice clean signal. That's too clean. Like that kind of fuzziness was what we were going for earlier. Seeing what other results we can produce here. Too much scattering. What were we doing with this switch? Oh, that's the helical pattern just fine, I think. We're probably okay with that. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting game. I mean, like I was saying much earlier, the puzzle concepts are all fairly isolated in themselves. Like there's not really a single mechanical idea or theme to them, so you constantly have to be on your feet to figure out what to interact with. And this stuff is getting a little more interesting, at least, compared to some early segments that kind of felt like pixel hunts in terms of poking around until you find something you can actually interact with. So I got something fairly similar to double helix structure here, except the pattern is a little bit irregular, as you can see. And so we need to change the phase. Somehow we need to figure out which tool it was that allowed me to manipulate the phase, so we can bunch things up a little more cleanly. Probably not like that. Yeah, not quite like that. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be the tool that we need to manipulate phase here. We do need to maybe translate the wave a bit. Seems like we're slightly off. So can we translate it over? No, that's not going to be the function for that. What is the tool I need for that then, to just move things over slightly? Is it this one? Not quite sure. No, that's not moving it. Do you want a somewhat stable signal here? Then maybe we need to decide if it's one of these two. No, I'm pretty sure it has to be top left here. Yeah, these dials are so granular and close to being analog that can lead to a little bit of a finicky input, but I mean, having 6 peaks here seems correct. If we look at the diagram here, seeing what else we can interact with. Yeah, because this should be in the middle, that's fine. This other dial, well, we basically have 4 variables to interact with. Now, how do I maybe clean up the signal a bit? Well, we don't want it that clean. But that's not the issue right now. The issue... yeah, that seems right. Maybe I should be listening to some of the pitches here. It seems correct. It seems so close to what we actually want. So very, very close. Well, we just need to stabilize this some other way. Create a nice standing wave. This looks close to the end result, not quite maybe. But if we have a stable standing wave there, maybe we just manipulate the scattering here. There we go. There we go. Took a lot of fiddling, especially because the signal here, yeah, okay, it's reasonably clean. I guess that is what we want. Took a little bit of poking and prodding, but we did understand it at the end, even though I completely skipped over the clues for the first few. Okay, let's rotate the structure, see what we get here. I mean, we know as this sequence of 5 that this is going to be correct, and that it's going to give us the signature DNA double helix. No, that's not it. So we have maybe one last thing to do here, as you can see from the final diagram. So that was the second last challenge. And here, of course, is the thing that was very recognizable as the lapel pin figure from much earlier. Vibrantly colored flowers that grow upon a particle accelerator. If only. Anyway, the scientist is getting along with us a bit better. I should have looked at the books again, actually. I didn't see the books. But, oh, whoops, we toasted the flowers. Okay. Not a very cooperative lab partner. She is, however, going to build devices. Let's look at the final book. A metaphysics manual that has a distracting aroma. Now be here, now be here. Yeah, this looks like an album, and I don't recognize it. Like some of the books in the pile earlier on, which were all very readily identifiable. Also, this white rabbit is still just hanging out here. Just want to see what else we could do with the particle accelerator. I think we should just get back in here and rip off some of this stuff. Here's the chaos simulator. And yeah, we want to create the golden ratio spiral. That's what this figure is. And such that it has a difference of 1 from the reciprocal of itself. And yeah, so the M200D is the new device that we have here with a couple of different dials that we need to manipulate. And to do that, we first of all need to recreate the signal we had earlier, which once again, I think we recreated faithfully, but it is going to be a bit of a memory check. Unless there are some things that are going to be different about it anyway. We have a couple of variables that are still open. Oh yeah, so the L75, we see that there's a big cross over this now. And there's a big crossover at Y. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to circle a particular switch that we want on it. And I don't exactly see where this dial is pointing to, though. But we'll just manipulate all of the other things we need. We do need to read how certain things have differed. Like how this dial, for instance, should be over here. Oh, that's getting somewhere. That's a mess. And maybe this dial actually does need to manipulate further, but of course we need to do this and see what kind of shapes is actually creating. Oh, that's a surprisingly clean signal. We need to create the triple golden ratio spiral. Yeah, it might be a bit tricky here. Need to figure out how to split this thing into a few parts. You just have to figure out gradually what each of these functions are actually doing. And as I was saying, with this being crossed out earlier, I guess, oh, okay, I guess this doesn't manipulate anything anymore, this style that I'm playing with in the top right now. Hence why it has been crossed out. It's just totally independent of anything else going on. And yeah, the M200 we'll need to play around with, but everything else should be roughly in place. Let's see. Yeah, this thing I need to manipulate, maybe. Can't quite see right now. I don't actually remember what the 801 is doing. Okay. So the 801, something about extend spiral. So I guess we should do that. Let's try to create a more visible pattern first. And oh. That's interesting, given that it's not really what we're going for. It is a spiral, but it's one spiral. And then we can create something like this. I don't know if any of this will turn out acceptable. Okay, here we go. Getting somewhere. And now we just do some phase shifting, I guess, to create a clean signal. Like, the fact that the button is available to me. Oh. This kind of indicates to me that we oops, may be able to punch this in at any time, but it might reject that unless you actually create the spiral pattern that we have here, unless of course this is just close enough to be processed as the solution, and I'm not clear on whether it will be. This switch is totally independent now. Some of these other dials I think are more or less independent. Yeah, I think it's just as long as you're within a reasonable range, maybe things should be fine. I think it's okay to probably just punch this in as is. We can get a third spiral, all the better. But let's try it and see. I'm also just looking at everything here to try to remember what it is we're doing. So, didn't quite match what was going on in the diagram, but maybe the fact that it was a valid input will make it functional enough for our purposes, so. Yeah, because we've got 2 spirals here rather than the 3 we were looking at in the diagram, but let's see if this is accepted. And that's a check mark. So yeah, I guess as soon as the golden light comes up, that's accepted as valid input within a reasonable margin of error. And of course our scientist-in-chief, deservedly, gets all the credit after building all of those machines. Property of Dr. Alice Bowman. A perfect bound book, it contains answers to the constant question, how to end the Big Bang. How do we do it? Mars Super Collider project has liftoff. Yeah, that's what we know about it. Coin minted to Curiosity. Flags being planted. And here's the collider. Oh, here's a dossier on me. It's like, huh, this is strange. Who is this fellow who looks like he comes out of the 1950s? Actually, judging by the Edward Hopper painting, should be 1930s. Weird, weird, weird. And he is no man. And yeah, so these are just some of the steps of the process. Of course, the Leonardo da Vinci Vitruvian Men here, a demonstration of the golden ratio, matching up to the golden ratio spiral that we've seen so far. Color swatches here by the looks of it. The broken teacup, very important recurring motif, as along with the flower lapel and one possible fate of our universe is for the expansion of the Big Bang to slow to a crawl and finally reverse under the power of gravity. So, what's going on here with the brain structure and with the whole procedure involved in putting this experiment together? So here it is. Anatomy of a black hole. You have the golden ratio spiral here, the beginning of the end. And then success through... Can I show the text here? Finesse and exploration. We were able to successfully mimic the creation of a black hole. I wonder if I can do the text display in some of these previous pages as well. Let's just get some clarity here so we don't need to squint. Came out of the particle accelerator. Does not register as human or earthly origin. Yeah, I didn't think I did. And yeah, just seeing what actually has captions here. Well, see that? I do like this sort of accessibility feature, so you don't need to be scrutinizing the handwriting here at this display resolution. Anyway, that's the end of that. So, do we have the answers we seek? We'll find out very soon. Looks like we can just trace our way here and just gradually break this. Do we need to reassemble it? I wonder. I totally need to reassemble it. And we'll create the golden spiral. Yeah. Oh, we just need to reassemble it. Like a jigsaw. Pretty simple, actually. These pieces do snap into place for your convenience. And of course, a lot of these pieces are just functionally equivalent here, so I don't think the assembly order is going to matter too much, given that everything just conveniently clicks together for you. Okay, following the instructions so far, so do we get to do much here? Guess we just fill this in. And here's the Martian scientist once again. We're going to point over to what seems like it's going to be a nascent black hole, actually. So do I just touch it with my fingertips? So I'm manipulating the hand using the control stick right now. I just touch the tip like that. And just approaching it will do, in fact. Well, there's the black hole. It's just going to devour the planet. So much for that. Have we made a grave mistake? No, here's the manual. We'll just make sure we have it. And I can just check the time. Will you look at the time? Well, we've been devouring planets over here. No, we'll just head all the way back. And we'll see about that black hole generation. And whether it's at all equivalent to that golden touch that we need on the existing spiral figures that we've been collecting over the course of the game. Well, we've got the manual on the wall. I think that is pretty close to a complete collection if you attend to how the manual is on the wall and you're reading the manual, so. There's the golden touch. Yeah, that's actually exactly what it was. So we've got all these fragments here and now. Let's perhaps inch ever closer to the finale. At the beginning of all things. Still can't really do much to manipulate this guy here, but we can perhaps... Oh, you know what? Before I do this, I do want to just inspect the wall again, just to take a look. We've already taken everything off the wall here, so that's not going to be directly relevant to us right now. Alright, let's back out of here. And I guess we should probably just tap on the black hole, actually. Black hole that can stop the Big Bang? Maybe not. Can we interact with it? Not yet. I think we just followed the trail all the way to the tip. That's been the manner of our progress so far, and yeah, indeed, we have a couple of different fragments here, possibly multiple segments to navigate. Regret fills the heart as a star is surrounded. Not yet, we don't. Let's see how many fragments we'll be dealing with. Expected disappointment. I love how that one is the 2001 monolith, actually. The end of the Big Bang, there is no going back, so maybe we should not be doing this first. Quiet moment of failure. I don't know if the order is going to matter here, but the fact that it's telling me there's no going back signifies to me that maybe we shouldn't mess with it until we've seen what else these segments have to offer. We could do them slightly out of order, though. Maybe this one first. Voices call out in interstellar space. Let's take a look. We may be nearing the end, for all I know. Scientists warned the world about dangers to human existence through a metaphorical doomsday clock. The later the hour that this clock tolls, the greater the threat to civilization. Efforts to create international unity do little to turn back the clock. Conceived with no hours earlier than 9 o'clock, the darkness of midnight has always been a looming inevitability. As the doomsday clock approaches the end, some of those on Earth begin to look towards the heavens. Now, as we discussed on a stream not long ago, the doomsday clock is an actual clock that is located at the University of Chicago. Not far, or within the same city at least, as Edward Hopper's Nighthawks, which has also been such an important motif here. So here we have stars and galaxies that are among our various destinations. Looks like the departure has already left for Andromeda. Breaking news. Oh, can I scroll through this? Or nope, just breaking news. And I can't magnify that one, okay. That's just a doomsday clock. So I need to manipulate this probably to match the times. So here are the departure times. Let's maybe set the departure time to 4:25. And we'll just pop this over here. And there we go. Everybody's going to depart, and then we just set up the next one. Can I do them out of order? I want to see if I can do 11:15 to Cygnus. I think you probably have to do them in order, but I always want to check these things. Does it acknowledge that? No, it doesn't. You have to board the passengers in order. What was that? 7:05. Okay. So yeah, we'll just shuffle them out of here. Notice this thing over here. A wheat paste poster. Poorly adhered. I have to compare this to the original. I mean, obviously the end is nigh has just been all over posters and such, but I kind of wonder how this compares to the design in Watchmen. I don't remember exactly how it was visually. I don't think it was quite as decorative. I think it was just text. And then, oh, that's interesting, that the clock is starting to melt. That's okay, we'll just board the 11:15 anyway. And If the clock is going to slowly fall apart, we'll just have to deal with it. Anyway, we're going to miss the rocket. Standing way too close, just going to get roasted. Okay. So here's the Earth and the Moon. And what can we do? The rocket departing in all directions. Everybody is fleeing the planet. And okay, so I can roam around freely here. And oh, spaceships all over the place. Suspicious lack of communication. A massive craft with advanced propulsion that makes no noise. Oh, it's a mausoleum ship. Okay, that's interesting. Hence, very few living passengers. Old Earth Preservation Craft, a spaceship whose hull is stitched together from steel recycled from ocean liners. I'm just reading some of the other messages here. The night porter, of course, is dreaming of electric sheep. Yeah, good advice here. From Kuro Suzaku. And yeah, everybody's just fleeing the planet. Here's due consideration, a beautifully crafted vessel. The stars warned us and we didn't listen. I hope this time you do. Whoops. Was I able to interact with that craft up there? Yes. The great ship, Friendship. And yeah, I guess the people on this emissary class craft are a bit more optimistic. Well, apart from asking oneself, what new self might wake after decades of cryogenic nightmares? Free from the ravages of intellect. And, you know, as we were saying earlier, time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so. So it's sort of interesting that you have like Douglas Adams on the left here and Arthur C. Clarke on the right here, except, of course, with this sort of conjunction of stars and popular media superstars that we have followed throughout this game. Also kind of appropriate given that Arthur C. Clarke was based in Sri Lanka, or the former Ceylon, where I think the trickling over of Bollywood from the Indian subcontinent has a tremendous influence. Would you kindly click me? And look at that. Classification, Feral Cat Den. That, of course, being the developer of this game. And relevant to the sort of would you kindly Bioshock reference here. Just because something is a game, it does not mean that your thoughts, your feelings, your expectations are trivial or irrelevant or meaningless. For it is in these that lies a game's true beauty. It's been ages since I played Bioshock. I remember being very profoundly disappointed with Bioshock Infinite, but I did like both of the first two. And of course, Bioshock has a certain kinship with this game in terms of the jazz and Art Deco stylings as the framework for the metafiction that it's working with. Encyclopedia Terrestria. Clearly not very well maintained. I'm just going to take my time to look at every ship I can, obviously. To wit, a ship that is leaking fuel. There is no music, only its probability. Yeah. I wonder how many of these are references that I'm not catching. I'm managing to pick up on some of these, of course, but I lived and I melted. Now just a puddle. I see my ears and toes kissing. Like that. It's kind of an interesting line, but I don't know if it actually rings a bell or... I know, I've seen this one. Yeah, just try to follow the magnifying glass here to see when we can highlight ships that we haven't interacted with yet. Don't shoot, we bring messages. And, yeah, very brief messages. Yeah, the thing about my Bioshock Infinite was that, like, it was incredibly contrived to try to produce a final twist that was supposedly almost unguessable enough to be meaningless, but the problem is that I just guessed it well in advance, and the game's just not interesting enough to sustain that. Also because as soon as they introduced all the quantum tunneling to parallel universes, like literally everything you do in the game just becomes totally devoid of agency. But I think it was one of those games that was kind of clearly very cobbled together from different parts that were finished independently and just had to be stitched together in a haphazard fashion. And that always struck me as what happened to Bioshock Infinite. But anyway, noiseless ship, very stealthy. Lao Tzu, ship that leads the way forward. Hey, this is a neat little bit here. Celestial wayfarers are we, gone to seek out a place in the stars. Despite this strange project, our home, cosmologic, will forever be Genesis Noir. There's the title within the game. And, yeah, sure, let's read the other one too. I have whirled with the earth at the dawning, when the sky was a vaporous flame. I have seen the dark universe yawning, where the black planets roll without aim. That is based on a poem. I mean, it's based on a specific poem. I'm trying to remember what the original was. But yeah, this line here, I've whirled with the earth at the dawning. It is a parody, or at least a kind of contrafactum to something very specific that just escapes my memory at this moment. Can we highlight any more ships, or is that the last one here in the voyage? I think that is the last one. Okay, so we have this very Voyager-like satellite here. And we can just poke around with it and send signals, I guess. I think this is just a bit of an interactive toy that we can play with by touch. And we can rotate, we can do all kinds of stuff, but ultimately, what are we even doing with it? We probably want to send some kind of transmission. Unless there's something else. Oh, here's a golden spot. Yes, because it's the golden disc on Voyager. Yes, that's what it is. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So this game is very rewarding to like people who are actually able to catch what's going on culturally. So I'm sure that most people viewing this kind of know about the Voyager disc, but of course it was the golden record that was supposed to contain instructions for its own decoding using a system of symbols that was designed to hopefully be comprehensible by any sufficiently mathematically literate civilization that they'd be able to reverse engineer this. And it was, of course, a record that was cast in gold for the durability of the materials. Yeah, just a really interesting and notable artifact in spaceflight history. And that's all we needed to see here. We got some gold from the golden record, and so I don't know at this point, since we already have the golden touch, what we're actually collecting here, other than just insight into the universe. Alright, 2 more segments to go, I think. I don't know what we actually collected there. Let's back out. Don't think anything was actually added to the collection. Apart from the golden record, of course. The speakers are sadly dead. The golden record is such a nice fit for everything going on thematically with this game, too. With the golden color scheme, as well as, of course, just the phonograph era musical element of everything that's going on here. Regret fills the heart as the stars surrounded. The Kardashev's scale describes 3 stages of a civilization's development. The Type 1 civilization utilizes all the energy on its home planet, not yet capable of considering other worlds to draw from. This power is minuscule compared to the Type 2 civilization, which looks beyond itself to bask in all the radiant heat emitted from the star that it orbits. Lastly, the godlike Type 3 civilization can harness the entire energy output of its home galaxy by tossing matter into the supermassive black hole at the galactic core. To reach one's full potential, a bit of sacrifice is required, it seems. I feel like that's also something that we recently discussed, in some context. Probably in relation to the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Anyway, love this little design here, orbiting with this orbital text. And we see the planets in the whole. Okay, let's just orbit this thing. Like other things in the game, like the passage of time, it only goes clockwise. And then we can manipulate this stuff as well, briefly. And are we just harnessing energy from the black hole? I think that is probably what we're working towards. A structure for collecting sunlight, yet exactly. Brings back vivid memories of the past. I always thought a Dyson sphere was supposed to be sort of a total encasement, though, right? Like, this is kind of close to it, in that it's sort of structurally related to the Dyson sphere. Like, I've seen this concept before, of course. Yeah, let's just head on in. One at a time. Yeah, there was a while when I was reading a lot of Freeman Dyson. And it was way ahead of his time in some respects in terms of anticipating that biotech would be the next revolution. Very interested in how you could eventually cultivate plant life on comets and things like that. Anyway, here's Miss Mess. Seems to be, anyway. There's a book series you really enjoyed called the Bobaverse. I think that rings a bell, but I don't know if I'm confusing it with something else. It very vaguely rings a bell, but I don't think I know it. Oh, Bobaverse, okay. The Bobaverse, okay. As opposed to like Boba Fett or something. No, I don't think I'm aware of it then. And, okay, so we can basically swirl around this and, yeah, this is just some black hole motif we have going here. Love the piano line here. And we just orbit this. I think that's pretty much the substance of what we can do here. I mean, we can draw anywhere we like, but gradually we just add mass to Miss Mass here in the black hole. That's all that's going to happen with the black hole. Everything just collapses into it. And well, here we have this moment of reunification. Yeah, I don't know how recent this is that you're talking about. I used to keep up fairly closely with developments in science fiction, but I've just been out of touch with it in the past few years. And of course, you know, it's just such a large and in many ways splintered genre that everybody's missing something significant about it. Anyway, a flower that is no longer needed. Time to move on, so we're dispensing with some of these belongings. Oh yeah, we just tossed this away and we're going to add time to... Oh, is that all we can do here? Let's see. It looks like we do just have to go back at this point. Having experienced all this. So who is the author of this, if you remember? Maybe it's somebody I've heard of. Like I said, it very vaguely rings a bell, but not totally sure. Okay. I guess there's just the Big Bang at the end here. I mean, like I said, this fragment was... oh, let's look at a wall first. This fragment was available to us with that last set of 3 right from the start, but as you saw earlier, was a little reluctant to dive in when it looked like it was going to be punctuated by some sense of finality. Here, yeah, I guess we didn't really do anything except throw out the lapel. Wasn't actually collecting anything in that segment. Dennis Taylor, okay. No, I don't think I know his work, but I'll look that up after the fact. Yeah, science fiction is kind of interesting in that it's very broad and very splintered, but at the same time socially very small. It's both expansive and also kind of niche and tight-knit. The end of the Big Bang. There is no going back. Well, let's see the finale. What is presumably the finale. One possible fate of our universe is for the expansion of the Big Bang to slow to a crawl, and finally reverse under the power of gravity. We did see that in the manual earlier. Numerous black holes will consume all matter and merge, becoming larger and larger. As our universe was born from a single point during the Big Bang, existence may end in one unfathomably large black hole occupying a single point of space. We call this theory the Big Crunch. An interesting theory, but we are confident that this shall not be our destiny. That's the second time this stream I've stumbled over that word unfathomably. Unfathomably. That is actually kind of tricky in a moment. Anyway, here we are, harnessing the power of the star. We've got that spiral over there. We've got the spaceships. We've got all this. I wonder if you see the segment before you've seen the other two preceding it, though. If it just proceeds like this. I would assume so. I don't know why anybody would just skip to the ending. But let's do this. A golden ratio that spirals inwards to a smaller and smaller point. So let's do this. Plug this in. Create a black hole. Singularity. I love how the text moves with you. Okay, well, there's the black hole. Well, what are we going to do? Can we add anything to it? Or do we just create more of these? No, I think I actually do add to it. Surely that has to be it. Unless there's anywhere else I can wander. Oh, sure, let's look at some planets. The gas giant that never became a star. Given that you interact with it automatically like that when you approach, we won't be able to plant there necessarily. Right in here, yeah, we're just gonna plant things here, I guess. We can explore the orbit just a little bit more, just in case there's anything else to look at, like a planetoid whose tectonic plates once shifted but have been fused together. Might as well explore. Spaceships filled with passengers. I'd feel bad about placing the black hole there, but okay. A curious planet inhabited by beautiful and dangerous creatures. I think beautiful is pushing it slightly, but we'll take it. Constellation depicting an ancestral hunt. Yeah. Really worthwhile, I think, to just kind of scan around this whole area and see the return of the many motifs we've been encountering throughout the entire game. Remnants of the early days of the universe. That's what Golden Boy was all along. So yeah, didn't really check this end over here, so let's just take a look and see what else we can deal with. Radio waves that carry the sound of an improvised jazz beat. And we'll just enjoy the vastness of space for a bit before we start consuming everything with black holes. Let's start with the planet Earth, if I can. And yeah, you just interact with each of these. You just consume everything. Maybe consuming the Earth first might not have been the best idea.
Stop.
Yeah, maybe that's not recommended. Now, do I need to deal with this? Yeah, I do. Well, it looks like we were precluded from doing that. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, give me one moment. Let's get back into the game. And yeah, we'll, at the worst case, just be at the beginning of the Singularity chapter, I think. So we'll just try to redo that and hope it doesn't break. So give me one moment. Yeah, I certainly hope we didn't lose a save or something. We'll hopefully be back in just a minute. I rarely had that happen on the Switch. You can probably count on one hand the games that's happened with. I remember that happened with Mario and Rabbids back at launch. I'm pretty sure that's happened with Civ as well, but that does happen sometimes. But very rare, I think, for it to actually have a hard crash. But yeah, I think we'd established quite early on that for a number of reasons, not just that, this game is kind of in need of a patch. And already received one within a few weeks of release, but right now I think more fixes are expected. One thing that we can do, of course, is apply the black hole to something other than the Earth first. Just in case the Earth was the thing that you're supposed to do last, for instance. That's okay, let's just redo this. And yeah, so we'll plant this and we'll just proceed from there. And hopefully we are actually able to finish. Given how close we are to the end by every indication. Sure, let's consume the jazz. Yeah, it looks very much like the Earth is supposed to be done last. Now that I look at it. Love how it does have this gravity well effect on the surface. Oh, let's stand a little aside so we can actually do this interaction here. So yeah. I guess it worked out for the best that we crashed out, given that. I get to see all this stuff that might otherwise have been skipped. Do I get to consume all these poor people? Yes, I do. It's just the Earth that is going to encounter a bit of a hindrance. So we'll just save the Earth for last. Might as well consume the hunt over here. And yeah, hopefully we don't crash out with the Earth this time. Well, goodbye, golden boy. Might as well mop everything up. Did we actually read the description? Gas giant never became a star yet. That's right. And now, is that more or less everything? Let's just check to be sure. Yeah, we've basically made the circuit here. Alright, let's consume the Earth and hope that that does not consume the Switch. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see what happens. And the other thing we know now is that if we want to speed right through to this interaction, we can just by going directly to the Earth. Let's see if the scene will continue. Or whether it will break on me once more. Okay, looking good so far.
Stop, old friend.
Okay, I can walk around, but I can approach. Yeah. And why are we being asked to stop? Because that would destroy the universe, but why else? Okay, we're shown a couple of different aspects here.
Please stop, ancestral spirit.
Yes.
Stop now, eternal demon.
These are just a couple of different characters that we've encountered in these story segments along the way, I guess.
Stop time, beat brother.
Or at least who are kind of representative of types, I guess, of the different sequences we've seen so far. The Ancient Civilization sequence, the Japan into Winter, the jazz segment in New York. This would be the Martian Scientist. Reminding me of the
time traveler.
lapel bin. The Martian Scientist understands that I am a time traveler, which is a nice touch. Now, do I tap out of here, or do I have something else to interact with here? I can click on a text. And what does that show me next? I don't think I've been totally following the motif of the flower lapel now, apart from it being cast aside by Golden Boy early on. It's going to be a bit of a boozy thing here as we make the smoke dissipate. And what is my choice? So, my choice is to create a black hole, or do something completely different, or exit out. So, do we create the black hole or don't we? You know what, let's try not doing it. I guess Miss Mass will be shot. Can I? No, I can't tap out actually. I do have to dispense this somewhere. Well, I looked awfully stunned at that. So, do we destroy the universe or not? We'll find out. Black holes are cold, lonely places. They are not, however, absolutely cold. Through quantum mechanical tricks, particles trapped inside the black hole can create a virtual double and escape from their prison. This process, known as Hawking radiation, predicts that even the most massive of black holes will one day evaporate into nothingness. Counterintuitively, as the mass of the black hole approaches zero, its temperature erupts hotter than even a supernova. You wouldn't want to be nearby. Okay, here we are, striking a match at the hopper once again. A match for illumination. Oops. Strike. There we go. And we have some free movement here with a spotlight once again. It says, so... Oh, probably solitude. Or maybe not. Something. Solitaire, solitary. Guess we need to light some more matches to see further. Solitary. And I mean, we can keep going in this direction. That seemed to be where we were encouraged to go, but gradually the light fades out anyway, and I think it probably just resets our position. A match for getting lost. here will reveal absolutely nothing. And then we'll probably be striking another match that will punctuate this situation with some new revelation. A match for running in circles, or we could just run in circles. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, here's a watch. A stolen watch. Though crushed, it is repairable. And I guess we just wait this out for an eternity until Hawking radiation kicks in. A match for taking a break. And yeah, we're just going to learn the art of juggling. We'll eventually run out of matches though. A match for boredom. So we just wait out the black hole. That's all we do. And we'll see what emerges on the other side. Here's a match for the unexpected. And, oh, okay, I'm just scratching my back with that thing. Kind of an unexpected purpose. A match for contemplation. Ah, there's the broken teacup motif again. Yeah, I guess this was the bone fragment from the hunt. So we just gradually reassemble all these props that we've been collecting. You saw an article earlier that said we detected light within a black hole, and that rings a bell. I think I may have encountered something to that effect. I'll have to look that up to remember precisely. But oh, hey, here's the base. That'll keep me company for quite some time. A match for planning. Yeah, some reading material would be fine. Can't interact with much else except for waiting, though. So let's wait. And that's going to be the end of that. Here's a match for escape. And then we can light up anything we want, really. Can I interact with any of this? Set it on fire? Yeah, we can. I set anything on fire. Tea leaves. Let's set everything on fire, why not? Even the ceramics. Well, I mean, we need a light source, don't we? I don't really want to set the base on fire, I have to admit. I'd be a little bit sad about that. And yeah, here's be here now, and we're really going to set all the books on fire as well. I don't know. It's also unfortunate. This is a cultural inheritance of planet Earth. I'm going to avoid the... I was about to say I'm going to avoid the base, and I thought I lit it on fire. I guess everything must burn. Oh, what's this thing? It's a rug. Yeah. That's apparently what libraries of Alexandria are for. Sad to say. Alright, sorry, Upright Base. We gotta do it. Hey, this is a good time to share this. How many bass players does it take to change a light bulb? None, because he asked a piano player to do it with his left hand. Okay, don't tell me we got nothing for that after burning the poor base. Oh, okay, Miss Mass. Ah, that didn't appear earlier. That's new. Oh, I love this climactic passage here, actually. And then... what do we do here? Well, we once again work the knocker and work the knob, break the store down, and let's intervene. Well, clock's ticking. When the last stars burn out and all that remains in the universe are black holes, the Big Bang may still roar with the cacophony of life. We will fling rockets into the rotating ergosphere of a black hole in a technique called the Penrose process. Like a petal caught in a whirlpool, these rockets gain tremendous speed and energy. Before falling into the black hole, a second ignition will send half of the rocket out of the gravitational field while the rest drops into the abyss. Though only recovering half of the initial rocket, we will gain massive energy. Harnessing the power of a black hole, our civilization will thrive for trillions of years in the darkness. What we might choose to do during this eternity, well, only time will tell. And okay, my hand is scorched. That's unfortunate. Can't change the light bulb for the bass player anymore. Also means, yeah, this is just gonna crumble. No seeds, no golden ratio spirals. Nothing left for us here. Oh, and here's the rocket that was just described in the preamble to this section. We're going to harness all that energy with this incredible device. And then it's the backward singularity, because we're reversing our way out. And here's my golden self. Well, his left arm is totally intact still. Look at all those little people. Or anyway, look at all this. Colors that we haven't seen all game. That's kind of neat. And an accurate statue. Oh, and I lost my arm there too, okay. An accurate statue. Sad to say. Siren Sapien.
Old friend.
Well, when the siren calls, you'll listen.
Considering.
I must have been gone for quite some time.
You're mad.
Maybe just slightly. We were gone for a while, and I lost my arm, and I set the base on fire. Okay, we can interact. What else can we do? Not much.
But you're here now.
Guess we can just harness some of this. Surround myself.
We see.
This is the latest you see me stream? Yeah, well, I actually used to run some things longer than this. I was,
You're missing so much.
particularly last year, I used to run much longer streams. Like I had some that went for like 6 to 8 hours on some Mario Maker days. But, yeah, we don't do that as often anymore, just for a number of reasons.
You look at me.
And I can see the love we share.
Eternally.
I feel like that's a lyric from something. And I should recognize it. Anyway, here's the 2001 monolith again. That's just gonna be cutting straight through the image here, but yeah, we're just gonna colorize the galaxy. But yeah, it made more sense to do this one in one segment rather than trying to split it, I think. Despite some of the technical mishaps we had with it along the way. And so yeah, so right now I'm controlling this. I'm just painting over everything to create this hot pink. And you can tell that time has passed because we're no longer in the jazz age. We're kind of constructing something far more postmodern. Turn this into a pop art galaxy. And I guess we just need to compulsively fill every spot here until we have had a chance to colorize everything but the monolith. Okay. Do I just paint over this, or is there something else we can do? Oh, actually, no, if I just click, I can zoom in. So it wasn't totally necessary to do everything zoomed out like that. We can actually just dance around the galaxy and maybe do some more colorizing. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because I was able to exceed the previous boundaries that we were in. So we're just going to have this really colorful dance sequence here as everything bursts into life. Just need to light everything up like a pinball machine almost. Yeah, so I just need to hold the button to zoom in, and then we trail in wherever we like, and then maybe create some other shapes along the way. Don't know if there's anything else that we can see here. Not going to fill in absolutely everything, I don't think. Unless we have a good reason to do so. Oh, that's kind of neat. You can just gradually reveal this. Oh, it looks like that's going to be the end point. Here we are, the timepiece, the hunter. Okay, everything's green. And I do remember this bit with the hunter. We'll just reveal everything, mechanically very similar to what we were doing when we were tracking the deer. The deer. So I guess, yeah, we just hit these nodes and see the different aspectual characters. And that will just sort of add to this musical soundscape as we and go back over some of the previous segments. So here's the Ronin. Let's do something with that broken teacup, perhaps. Or... oh, I guess we just assemble these pieces, yeah. It's not going to be any of these. We need to probably attach like this, yeah. Yeah. Pretty clear from here, actually, so... yeah, as with the hunter segment, just doing a bit of a mechanical throwback to the interaction we had there previously. Okay, let's do the next one. Yeah, do need to zoom in order to move the camera at all, so we'll do that. We'll just hit each node in sequence. And here I am holding down the button in order to just scrub this thing and create another node to zoom into, which will be another character. This time it will be the musician, the bass player. He doesn't have his bass because we burned it. Okay, yeah, because this is going to be the musical repetition segment. Oh, okay, no, he's just going to silently move, and it's going to be choreography because we're lacking our instruments, and so he's just showing off dance moves. Oh no, I misread that. It's 2-4-3. There we go, there's your mechanical continuity for you. 2-4-3-1. Well, never underestimate the dance moves of 20s mobsters. Also, notice how throughout all that choreography, I'm still missing my arm. Poor fellow. Okay. I guess we're probably due for the Martian scientist at the Super Collider. That seemed to be the remaining character in the set. And yeah, the scientist. And do we need to turn some dials to create a spiral, or what's going on here? We'll eventually need to hit the button once we manipulate the signal by turning some of the dials. Create a flower shape, actually. There we go. Okay, just that one. Yep. I'd only just noticed, too, that as we unlock each of these segments, we have illustrations representing the corresponding characters. It should have been obvious to me earlier, but I hadn't really noticed that very consciously. So, and yeah, sure, let's light up some other things. There are probably some other things to interact with as we follow the orbit. I don't know if there are any other characters, but follow the circle here, maybe? Or maybe just head back to the center now that we have done much of that. Finish this bit here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, pretty colorful segment, no doubt about that. After spending all game in black, white, and gold. And yeah, the color really just does pop everywhere. Now, where shall I go from here? And, nope, nothing here. Yeah, we can pop that. There we go. Is there anything else that I should be scrolling through? So we've done both circles here. We clearly haven't done this one because... There we go. Just needed to fill that in. Yeah, so we basically complete a record design. Yeah, I remember the concept of Pleasantville because I believe it came out in '98, I would say. And it looked really interesting. I actually never got around to seeing it at the time, in spite of taking a lot of interest in how people engage with Golden Age cinema, which was very much the point. I know it was all about sort of colorizing the 1950s suburb. And yeah, I just never caught up on it, but it's good that you reminded me of that film. So yeah, we can zoom in at any given point. When I click in, you see that we can zoom in and present some of the choreography here. But if I'm not holding the button, then you just zoom back out, and you kind of have this minor bit of interactivity here where you can show off different aspects of the choreography depending on what you're doing as the player. And eventually... that will just bring you to a really colorful finish. I'm exhausted, as you can see. And as I mouse over, look how I just look over at the jumble of colors here. That's the only thing we can do at this point, so let's just take a look at a vision of a flowering future. So that was the motif of the petals all along, the flower lapel, is that it is just this intersection of colors. One that brings back vivid memories of the past. So yeah, I was wondering about that visual motif all along, and it's quite nice to see. Anyway, here we are back in monochrome. So do we, or do we not, interrupt the Big Bang? Well, we get here, we present a flower lapel. That's pretty much all there is to it. So let's see how this concludes. Hoping to trade one Big Bang for another, by all appearances. So yeah, you do kind of need to actively push into. See the sequence here. So yeah, it is kind of player controlled. You can pull out to reverse like this and push in to move further in time. And just kind of stall along the way if you ever want to see anything. Here's the original seed planting and the scenario when the watch was broken. And yeah, just going to relive everything with the different characters we've met along the way, and yeah, you can just pause to admire the detail at any given moment. This was, of course, when we were generating the black holes. This was the moment when we were trying to go over that interruption, collecting the evidence, etc. Just a lot going on here that you can scroll through as you will. And here's the whole end segment, the colorful dance spectacular, formerly colorful. And where does this get me? Okay, so back to this moment here, where it seems like we've blown up the planet Earth instead, actually, by the looks of it. So, what do we do? Earth's gonna crack open here for us, and well, we've asserted mastery over time, but have we any power over causality? I guess we're about to find out.
Can we stop it? No.
So we can't stop the destruction of Earth or Miss Mass. Or I guess the eventual big crunch and end of the universe. I guess metaphorically that's what this is all about all along. That's, you know, cosmology will just follow this cycle from big bangs at the eventual end of the universe as we know it, and we're just sort of coping with its inevitability. Oh, okay, so I guess this is a way to make a choice. Do we point left, and the way I'm understanding this is point left, save the Earth. Point right, save Miss Mass. We are obviously going right. If I can. I'm actually not clear on what the interactions are doing here. Can't seem to click into it, which... I'm just going to check this quickly. Sometimes... Yeah, sometimes the clicking in this game can be off, as we discovered early on. Oh, that's just rotation, okay. As right and left usually are. But we can pick a door. We can pick many doors. We've got a couple of portals. Here's the Endless Hunt. Revenge in Winter. Do they just take us back to the different segments and the different minigames? Maybe they do. I feel like we may have to enter them, though. I don't think they're replaying the previous segments. I think they may just be revisiting these different activities. Let's go to playing the hits just to try that out. I don't know if it's a retread or if it's going to be something else. Yeah, the directional arrows here move differently than I expect them to. So that's... like left is turning me right. So can we play the hits? Like, I don't know if this is a review of the repetition game or... I mean, everything's colorized now. I think it is just a sort of revisitation of this plot thread. So yeah, I guess we revisit all of those. Once again, this is a player-controlled magnification to get back in here. All played out, a new tempo, and just the hits. So what is this? Yeah, so as the player, once again, we have to zoom in ourselves. Oh, let's back up if we can. Delimiter by I want to say Nick Shader. Yeah, that's right. We can read this. Nick Shadle. A couple of devoured apples over here, and then we can click into either of these pools, perhaps, and oh, what happens here? I guess these are kind of like epilogues in miniature of whatever's going on in each of these spaces. So we'll just scroll through each of them for each of the 4 characters. Yeah, there were some bullet holes in a base. This guy was basically mugged and shot. Here's the James Bond opening right there. Gun-firing music notes. This is a really neat image, actually. So let's zoom in here. And what are we looking at? Getting punched by the staff. Doesn't look very pleasant. Doing this whole segment, what does that reveal? Okay, so I guess we do this for each character then. Let's do that with the hunt. If it will let me, yeah, just need to align my cursor. And let's zoom in. And again, purely just an animated sequence to scroll in and out of, as we will. At our own pace. And there's the slaughter. And then 3 aspects as before. I guess we're sort of witnessing the fates of the characters, maybe. Not totally clear on that, but let's see if we can push forward into this one here. Then we can inspect this somehow. Maybe. Yeah, I guess. That's it for the hunt. Can only leave so many cave paintings behind before you need to domesticate some sheep instead. And so this is probably just a birth of agriculture. It totally is the birth of agriculture. And then we restore to hunt. Until, of course, the bison have been hunted to extinction, as was actually their fate. Yeah, just going to reveal a bit of everything here. And just driving them off the cliff. And that was the traditional method, so let's see what goes on now with the Ronin and the scientist. In some order. Yeah, I guess cosmically we're just being shown these follow-ups to every character. Yeah, see what happens when you shatter the poor antique teacup. We zoom in. And then we see what Ronan has been up to. Under winter snows. Yeah, so here's the T here. Probably shouldn't have been speeding through this so quickly. I mean, this was when we were still present. Because I think you are supposed to maybe follow the plot by coming through this sequence by sequence, rather than just zipping through the way we've been doing. And then it looks like they've just prepared for a much larger conflict. And that just about does it for the Ronin here. Let's take a look at the Season for Peace. Now, given that this also begins with the teacup, I wonder if these are actually just alternate futures and alternate fates for the characters. Like how the hunter can go on to hunt for bison, or can just starve from overexploitation, or can develop agriculture with sheep. Likewise, we saw a couple of different fates for the base player, and here we'll see what happens when we have a more peaceable outcome. One that gives this character a rather tidier ending than committing seppuku, as seemed to be the case in the previous animation. Under the cherry blossoms, little shrine to himself. Or the revenge plot could be concluded to his satisfaction. And now, what does he do? Well, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a bloody ending here. Everything's just going to get sliced. Look at all these other images, but everybody's going to get sliced, including himself. So kind of interesting that you have eyes open with the peaceful ending at the end there. That's something I hadn't paid attention to with some of the other characters. That it's kind of like you're looking at these alternate outcomes for each of the people that you've met along this journey. And you're just kind of assuring that they get a nice ending for themselves with the various choices that are available to you. So it's like we're manipulating their fates. I think that's how I understand this. So we'll watch this. Let's watch the inquiry into relativity if we can actually get in here. There we go. And yeah. Rockets, rockets everywhere. And, well, this is just a particle collider. All the notes and pages and everything here with the chaos simulator. And we'll see what these respective fates are like. So yeah, you'll notice that all the eyes become shut. Then one of them will open at the end as the chosen fate. So yeah, here's the warning. What does the warning actually say? Let's back up. Black hole expanding out of control. Yep, that's what it did. More spirals, more spectral shapes. And yeah, everything just gets consumed. And so here's another scenario where this time the black hole is also expanding out of control, but this time we'll have a different outcome. Everybody hanging out in the collider this time. Let's see what's happening here. Okay. Don't know if that's a kind of escape. I don't think so. I think that was also a bit of a dour ending, but let's see what this is. Once again, the black hole expanding out of control. Perhaps to get it under control. But first you have this length of tape. And what is all this? That, yeah, it really feels like everybody's just getting sucked in there, and okay. That didn't seem to end very well either, actually, but in the end it is going to be the middle fate then. Leads to a peaceful conclusion. Well, alright. Now what? My, would you look at the time? Okay. And then we start zoomed in, and we have to zoom out in this segment. And then, yeah, we have the book, we have the matches, lighting the base on fire, poor base. We just kind of reverse through time until we get all the way back to everything that kicked us off in the first place. Interesting what's going on here musically. It is something that's reminiscent of the Xenakis sequence near the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which has kind of appeared in this game multiple times in terms of one of the cultural sources that's a bit more prevalent. And here we are back in our headquarters, but with the clock in much better shape, to be honest. Doing a bit of watch repair. Seeing her at the door, I guess we should figure out what we can interact with here. I think I just need to click. We'll have a bit of watchmaking here. I'm not controlling the segment, it is just zooming all the way back in by itself. Just doing everything in reverse as we head back to the moment of truth. Well, now what? I guess we have just revisited the adventure and seen all of our choices laid bare.
You don't have to save anyone.
So I wonder if I actually do get a choice. Well, that's been colorized now. My bit of time traveling here. So do we go back to the scene of the crime one last time? Like every time that we've activated a symbol. Bubble theory states that there is a multiverse beyond our universe. A highly energized territory called the inflaton field. There an infinite number of universes expand out of nothingness. Each one of these universes is unique, from the cosmological constant to the masses of fundamental particles. As of yet, there is no way of understanding these strange worlds, but imagination embodies the dark unknown in myth. Imagination embodies the dark unknown in myth as I lay prostrate under the night sky. Flashes of color illuminate my mind as the mushroom reaches my rumbling stomach, and I sit straight as an arrow. The many stars shine down on me, and I see them, and in them I see ancestors, naked and gaunt. They dance in front of a great fire. They become ash. They become the stag and the bison. They bubble into roiling water and mist like demons. The sublime grandeur of the sky overwhelms, but the ancestral spirit's presence calms me, and out of this unknowable haze, a world emerges, wrapped in familiar forms. Out of this unknowable haze, a world emerges wrapped in familiar forms, and meditation purges the mind of grief, of anxiety, of indecision, and in their place I find an empty cup in my hand. I, too, am empty now. The water boils and I watch. Each bubble glistens brightly for a moment. Then it is gone. Memories flit through my mind, but then they are gone. Steam spouts from the kettle as it sings eternally. My serenity slips and thoughts of death return. I breathe intently once more as the eternal demon is reborn, and my mind transforms the wisps of preternatural smoke into bodies and steel and stone. My mind transforms the wisp of preternatural smoke into bodies and steel and concrete. Rhythms and harmonies become cheering audiences, drunk and lusty. My instrument pulls the crowd out of the night and makes them real. It pulls musicians to me too, brothers, dames, has-beens, and somebodies. I get drunk on whiskey. I bubble and dance with the crowd. Circles intersect for a few moments, and strangers inspire songs in me to rule the radio waves. I experiment with melody, but notes collide unpleasantly. The song eludes me, but the beat brother fills my heart with a rhythmic experience that reshapes the world and makes this form eternal. My experience reshapes the world and makes this form eternal. Particles become waves before my eyes as the lab machines buzz quietly. I throw the particles at each other and they shatter into a constellation of fragments. I analyze the results and discover unending expansion. I hypothesize its origins, an inflaton field. I visualize this multiverse as a fractal of intersecting bubbles, and my mind reels. The disparate particles collapse into one unified form, radiant and dangerous, before becoming lost in the field. The data draws me in like a siren song. In my days, a time traveler embraces me. I am comforted and comprehend the multiverse. I give it a name. Our imagination embodies the dark unknown in myth. Out of this unknowable haze, a world emerges wrapped in familiar forms. Our mind transforms the wisps of preternatural smoke into bodies and steel and concrete. Our experience reshapes the world and makes this form eternal. We give it a name. We call it the Constant. And so yeah, welcome Meng. You caught us right near the end, I think. So that was in the voice of the companion character that we saw earlier, the Siren, who has kind of assumed the forms of the different characters that we've met as we've traveled through time. I think that was the perspective that was spoken from. I didn't know it was going to be that much text, or I wouldn't have committed to just reading everything in this game. But it looks like we might be close to the finish at this point. Don't know if this is controllable. Like many of the frame sequences, I may be able to push in a little bit and do a bit of zooming. Okay. So yeah, we do get to manipulate this a little bit, I think. And so yeah, I'm actually controlling this character now rather than the No Man. And here is Exodus, probably. Exodus. So you can see that the spectral shapes of each of the constituent characters is kind of radiating from my form. And there we go, passing on my code. But in the end, do we actually get to stop the Big Bang? I guess we'll find out, since we're spectating this. About to watch. As we barrel towards the inevitable conclusion.
You don't have to save anyone.
But did we get a choice? So I guess we choose one of these. So this is abandonment, I think, because you toss the lapel. This one, you continue. Let's continue. If I understand this choice correctly, we are saving her. And it basically says, are you sure? You know, in case you want to back out and choose this side instead. And the music swells. Kind of wonder what the choice percentages are going to be. If the developers have a way of tracking that, probably not on Switch, but if they do it by way of Steam achievements or something, then you'd be able to tell. But yeah, we're going to enter. And we'll see what we make of this choice. Kind of wonder about the alternate ending. But that's the end. That's Genesis Noir. I may actually try to load in to see where the final save file is located in case we can actually see the other scene, if there's any difference. Anyway, we can pull out here. That's kind of semi-interactive. I really do want to see the music credits for this, for sure. Yeah, this is just where we entered at the very beginning. Mildly controllable segment. I know why it reminds me of Richard Rogers now. It's because it's Bally High from South Pacific. It's like the line in this main theme kind of closely resembles it for a few bars before it diverges. I knew I could place it by the end, and I think that's what it is. I'm thinking of Bally High. And yeah, we're just kind of out onto town. Mostly armless. And yeah, thank you for the GGs. Let's just watch the credit sequence and enjoy it. Still can't get enough of the Nighthawk's bar here. I'm actually not controlling the magnifying glass here, despite its resemblance to our usual cursor. You call this place the Constant. You sit beside me, bubbles dance in my beer glass as I voice each of your many names. You look at me with a sense of achievement, and I feel myself torn. You ask what the true nature of reality looks like, what existed before the Big Bang rocketed the universe into existence. I tell you these are unanswerable questions. You reply that you have big plans, and I take another drink. Imagination embodies the dark unknown and myth, and in time, that is what you will become. And did we get to manipulate this scene? Yeah, we get to zoom in a little bit. And this is where we can finally see that the customers and the bartender do, of course, have the pose from the opera painting. Calling all cars. Well, this was a really interesting experience. In this port, a little buggy in places. We did have that one crash. We did have that one early chapter that had some input issues, but in general, it's much less about the interactivity, I think, than... Yeah, we gotta get as many of the music credits as we can. For sure, especially if there are musician credits for the recording. And yeah, I can see that some of these names had appeared in certain spots. Pedro Piccinini, for instance, was the star on the film poster. We saw some of these names in the spaceship sequence earlier as well, if I recall correctly. Yeah, skill bard. Okay, here's the musician credits. Just wanted to see who was playing on it. Yeah, I have a couple of voice credits here. Yeah, so in terms of the game itself, I think it's going to take a bit more thinking, I think, in terms of how we put everything together. And like I said, we might do a bit of an epilogue here where I see if it lets me load back into the last continue point, and we'll see if it's worth doing from there, but it's also just a delight to listen to this score and watch all of the Kickstarter backers scroll on by. I didn't know this was on a Kickstarter, actually. But then it was the debut title from this studio, and so I'm not terribly surprised. It's one that I think pitches very well when you look at concept and the art style. As this form of popular communication of ideas about the universe and the inevitability of all things coming to an end. yeah, we'll definitely give it some thought. In the meantime, since we're just reading the Kickstarter backers, I may as well just talk about further streaming plans. This is, of course, the end of our Summer Shorts Indie Festival, game number 6 of 6. And so we will be mostly swapping back to Mario Maker coverage in the following weeks, although every now and then we'll do an indie season like this. Much less well attended, of course, but it's good to get a lot of this material recorded and also just to give a little bit of exposure to games that don't get shown off very often. And yeah, here I'm just enjoying listening to the score. It was kind of surprising to me at the end of the Reflect on there being those 4 major aspectual companion characters, given that it seemed like we had done far more than just that. But that's the end of the credit sequence. And we'll just let that kick us out to the main screen if we can. And so there is a chapter select, which will be interesting, because maybe we can, in fact, do something here. No, I'm not going to do the whole Exodus chapter, though, because that will be one that retreads everything there, I think. We can see what continue does, just to see where it drops us off, and then if it's nowhere in particular, or if it's at the very beginning of that last chapter, then we probably won't proceed too much longer, yeah. So this was the whole segment we were reading earlier. We'll just tap out of all this. And we'll just see how we're doing. I think we'll probably just exit out fairly soon then. I'm just curious to see if we only see a marginally different seed of a few frames at the very end here. And yeah, man, we certainly have some pretty interesting plans for the coming weeks. Lots of things planned. Hopefully we can get some things technically in order to show them off. But yeah, all this we just saw, of course. Yeah, certainly appreciated the viewership that we had for some of these smaller games, even if it was relatively less well attended. And yeah, let's not do the whole sequence here. Let's actually, you know what? I will probably just finish here and use this as our music track for the outro. At some point, maybe I'll just go over the ending and see if there's any kind of difference, but I think at this time I've run so long that I should sign off. I was so confident that this would be a one-stream game, and it seemed like we were closer and closer to the ending, and in the end, it seemed like we put in a similar amount of time, around the 6-hour mark or over, similar to some of the other games that we broke over 2 sessions, but really nice to do a long stream again for the first time in quite a while, actually, given that we don't manage to fit this in very often. So, thank you so much for watching. I don't know yet if we'll pass you on to anybody else, but I'll scan around for that and decide accordingly. We'll have Mario Maker later in the week, as well as some possible scheduling changes, just temporarily over the next few days, but that will all be onto Discord. Until next time, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining me for this cosmic experience, however much or little of it you were able to witness. And we'll see you again for many other games besides. So, you have a good day. Have a fantastic week ahead. And fare thee well.